Got your intro still?
Here we go. Welcome, you beautiful bastards, to my so-called show. And God, we have got a treat for you tonight. We are discussing the 30-year-old, yes, 30 years old, this film is, the 1995 Judge Dredd movie, the very first adaptation of the 2000 AD comic book character. The masked fucking law enforcer himself, Judge Dredd, played by Sylvester Stallone. And yeah, people are very, very divisive on this still, 30 years later. It's like either really, really stupid or a good, fun sci-fi actioner that still kind of gets a lot wrong about the comics, but still gets some things right. But before we get into it, I will introduce you to my guests. We have some newcomers. We got Critic Kingston. How you doing, man?
I'm doing. Sorry, I am the law. I am the law.
And we got Melvin Deeply, who's usually been a mod for a lot of channels, but it's good to sort of have him. It's actually good to have him in person, or as an avatar, as I should say. And is this your first time streaming, or have you streamed before?
I've streamed loads of times before. I'm on Mr. Brown's a lot, but first time streaming with all of you. I don't think I've streamed with any of you before, so good to be here.
Yeah.
Oh man, I'm gonna have to catch those Mr. Brown streams a bit more. I always kind of end up missing them. Something else always gets my attention. So yeah, and always welcome the Inside Man, who is not only a big fan of the comics but has worked on this movie as well. Have you not?
I have indeed. Yeah, it's great to be here, mate. Yeah, and it's good to have Melvin on, especially after his contribution last week.
Who's also a fan of the comics.
Yeah. It gave you some absolute red hot info on New York. Yeah.
Fucking killed it in the chat. You really did.
Yeah,
and
great.
And while you mentioned in the chat, Trevor Reto, Z3PO, thanks for joining us. Hopefully more will follow. And Blue Collar Loser. We have just done a stream on Reach episode 4 on season 3.
Man, I got Doritos, coffee, and fucking half a bottle of vodka because for this film we're gonna need all this shit.
Yeah. I really wish I had a fucking single malt on me right now. It's because I think this is going to be fun. There's a lot of stuff that's wrong with it, and it's
going to be something.
Sort of piss out of a little bit.
One is subjective.
Yep. And we've also got the Spider Lord right below us. It is Critic Al, who's also the man who's very knowledgeable about his stuff. And while I'm still kind of a novice on the Judge Dredd comics, I've read a few. I've got a little bit of a sense of the character, and it does seem like this movie has got the look of it, but it's also got the Dredd 2012 movie kind of got more right about it. But so yeah, glad to have you on Critical. And before we get to the movie, I will ask my guests from top to bottom their first experience, their first acknowledgement of Judge Dredd, the movie. Did they know about the comics before they saw the movie, or did they see the movie then start to realize there were comics about it? So yeah, Critic Kingsford. First
I think I came across I'm gonna say maybe it was Heavy Metal magazine, or maybe it was the AD 2000. But I remember seeing maybe it was a parody story of Judge Dredd, and then I think later that year I saw the movie in the theater, and I did enjoy it because it's anything sci-fi, good or bad, I kind of enjoy. But the more that you look into it in terms of what the comics, and I've yet to read any of the comics just from interneting. The movie got a lot wrong. It looks great. I think it looks like a really good sci-fi comic book. But again, it seems to be 5 or 6 plots mashed into one, and it doesn't know what its tone wants to be. I did enjoy it, but it's a crappy film. But I did enjoy it.
Yeah, fair play. And yeah, we've got some more in the chat right now. We got Boucher, yeah, what's up? And hello, Toxic. Yes, I actually stood up for a date when we were supposed to go see this, and I'm so glad that this girl stood me up because I wound up going to see Assassins by myself instead. Oh, Assassins fucking rocks, man.
It's a better movie.
Yeah, so thanks, Critter, and Melvin Deeply. You was already a fan of the comics, as you mentioned backstage, before you saw this movie, didn't you?
Yeah, I was reading the comics since the 1970s, and Judge Dredd was really a big thing for me, like as big as Star Wars. And I was so looking forward to this film. and I tried my best. You know how you get one of them films that you see it and you kind of apologize for it, and you'll argue in its defense because you wanted to like it, but not because it was good. This was one of these films. I defended it for a little while, but you can't really defend it. And I think that the thing that killed it the most, the thing that ruined it the most, was Stallone. He was the wrong man for the job.
Yeah, because I think he did sort of fight for it to be a bit more comical, and also he was really open to the helmet being removed, which is a vital part of his character. I mean, you do not see Judge Dredd's face. I mean, there was maybe one instance where he takes it off, but it was censored because his face was so horribly disfigured. And
you see the back of his head or something.
Yeah,
you see the back of his head. There was one where he was in like the Everglades fighting some crocodile people, and he was swinging from the trees because he made a dummy of himself with the helmet on it. But you only seen him like a silhouette from behind. You never ever seen his face. Blasphemy taking his helmet off, definitely.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. And yeah, so Inside Man, and you was obviously a fan of this as well, and you even got the pleasure of talking to Pat Mills on one of Lance's streams, who helped, who really helped develop this comic, the law of it anyway, the LORE law, not the law.
I mean, much like Melvin, I mean, I was a big fan of these comics, 2000 AD, right from the off. I used to get a lot of the, you read a lot of the war comics and everything that Pat Mills was involved on, and then all of a sudden 2000 AD hit. So I was on it right from the very beginning. First time I saw this movie was in the cast and crew screening, and it was pretty disappointing. I mean, to say the reaction from the cast and crew screening was lukewarm is probably an understatement. It did not go down well. Although everybody kind of patted each other on the back and said, we did a good job, but the story and the acting is just appalling.
Yeah, I mean, scripts problems aside, story problems aside, I mean, it does look like you all worked really hard to try and at least make this look passable, or at least incredible anyway, and it still does look fucking good.
It has a look. I mean, bear in mind that this was started this on the 3rd of August and didn't finish until 22nd of November, so it was a long old slog. And a lot went into this. I mean, everybody was really invested. Absolutely everybody was invested in this movie, especially Danny Cannon, the director. I mean, he was very, very invested in this. I mean, he turned down Die Hard 3 to do this. So,
yeah, I read about that. It's oh god, he must have had a really hard time as well, because this really put him off doing big films or working with big film stars ever again.
Terrible shame.
I think he was out of his depth with this one. It was certainly out of his depth with Stallone.
I think really there seemed to be moves to sort of hamstring the poor guy. I mean, he was emasculated really on this movie. He could have done it. He really could have done this. But of course, the powers that be, or should I say, the power that is Stallone, or was Stallone at the time. But I think, if memory serves me correctly, I think this was the very last movie that any actor got overall control and final say on anything. It hasn't really happened since. Not
until
in this.
Deadpool.
Yeah, certainly not on this scale anyway. But yeah, it was a disappointment, and I hate to say it, I still don't like it.
Yeah,
that's fair play. That's fair play.
Lance was saying earlier that he was an extra on this as well.
Yeah. I think he was an extra by accident, actually. He happened to be at Shepperton with Alan Marks, special effects guy, and I think he was just leaving, and because he had, sort of a quirky look at that time. He was grabbed by somebody, and they put him into a scene. I hope he got paid. I'm not sure if he got paid for it, but I hope they gave him something, at least a bacon sandwich at craft services.
Whatever it was, he didn't get paid enough.
A credit would have been cool, wouldn't it?
Yeah.
I will be signing an executive order that this movie is wiped from existence. I will get a proper sequel to 2012 Dredd.
I just think this really could have earned this could have had a sequel if it was any good.
Yeah, and I think the original script was going to be much more darker and starker. And God, imagine if because Stallone is actually well cast for this role. He's got the look, he's got the snarl, he's got the
I don't think he was. I don't think he was well cast. I think it was a terrible bit of casting for that. He had no clue about the character or anything. He didn't know what he was doing. He didn't know anything about Judge Dredd. He just wanted it to be a Sylvester Stallone film.
Yeah, he definitely did not read. He even said he's never read a comic book in his life.
Yeah.
This was back in the time where he was really fucking egotistical. I mean, he'd just come back as well from the big flop that was Stop on My Mum Was.
Oh my God!
My Mum Was Show, and he just did Cliffhanger, which was a success. Demolition Man, I don't think it was successful, but it still was loved by people. I really need to look at the box office on that movie. And
it got cult status.
Yeah,
this is when Stallone Schwarzenegger rivalry.
Yeah, Schwarzenegger almost got this movie as well, didn't he?
Constantly trying to do up stage one each other with each of their films. So yeah,
So yeah, Demolition Man is the better movie, and moving back onto the topic, Blue Collar Loser. First time you had any acknowledgement from Judge Dredd, was it from this movie, or did you already read the comics?
No, back in '95 would have been going to the theaters at 14, and 95 is a different era, guys. Thing is, we had Marvel and DC, Spider-Man, Batman, Judge Dredd. You had to be really into comic books and just into that universe. I mean, I was still casual, so no, I never heard of Judge Dredd going into this. And like some people would say, at 14, I thought this was a pretty fun movie because I never knew the source material. Later on, you could say, like, as a big video gamer, I think the Last of Us TV show is actually pretty good. Compared to the games, it's shit. So now over time, after seeing later on adaptations, everyone knows about a film that came out 10 years ago, I do recognize now it's a terrible film. But at the time, I didn't hate it because I did like it because Stallone was the top of his game. And I think that this film is not a bad film at its core, but it's a bad adaptation. And everyone goes through that where you have a lot of good films, but bad adaptations. But then, and now I recognize it is a fucking terrible film, but like there's something cheesy and stupid about it. And I don't hate it as much as some people, but I could see if you were a diehard Dredd fan, why you would hate this film for, especially after seeing later on the 2012 version. So,
it's like Batman the Caped Crusader for Batman fans. I mean, fucking hell, Amazon. So yeah, Critical, first time, I'm guessing you've already read the comics before you saw this movie. How old was you then when you first had some kind of acknowledgement about Judge Dredd? When you first
I would have been a teenager, maybe 13, 14. I used to read 2000 AD, and I used to read the Dark Horse comics, the Alien versus Predator ones. So I was already aware of Judge Dredd, and I saw this at the cinema, and I was disappointed because I knew even then that they basically fucked it up. They got the source material wrong. While there's quite a lot right, especially with the production design, the feel of it is just wrong. We'll get into it in more depth later, but this film is a fundamental misunderstanding of the source material by the leading star, who I agree was not well cast. I don't think Stallone is Judge Dredd. I think there's a lot of other actors that could have been Judge Dredd, but Stallone just wanted to turn this into a vehicle. It's just, a vanity project for him.
Yeah, I think Danny cannot.
That's the biggest problem with it. It's a shame because there's a lot to like about this film, and overall, I can consider it a daft 90s bit of fun. But
that's what it should have been. That's what it should have been. Not Judge Dredd, just a very daft dystopian cyberpunk sort of like.
If it's not Judge Dredd, you can make it work probably. But it's not Judge Dredd, and it's not 2000 AD. Which is a shame because it's got a banging score by Alan Silvestri.
I love it. Love the score.
Such a good score. And as I say, the production design and everything is great. They really put some care into trying to make this look like Mega City 1. And in my opinion, this is a more 2000 AD looking film than the 2012 Dredd.
It is. I agree.
We've got a lot of the stuff from the comics. They've tried to carry it across very well.
The sets are
The
amazing. The
tone's
sets
completely out of whack, the script's out of whack, and the biggest problem is Judge Dredd is not Judge Dredd, and when that happens, you don't have a good film.
Yeah, it's just Sylvester Stallone in a helmet snarling.
Unfortunately, so yeah, absolutely. It's not Judge Dredd.
You know, in the comics, right? Judge Dredd is a machine. Is like a human Terminator, right? Is absolutely focused.
He's the walking embodiment of the law. Yeah. It's that simple.
Yeah,
yeah. That's why he should never remove his helmet.
In this film,
the law doesn't have a face.
In this film, it was damaged good. It was a psychologically broken wreck.
Yeah.
You know,
they tried to humanize him. You don't humanize Dredd.
And that's the thing. I mean, you can't get emotions involved with this character. He's an emotionless character. There's nothing.
Yeah,
nothing.
Because he sees the world in black and white, doesn't he? He's a drone in a way. He's a drone who just has his own little moral code in a way as well, but he's still dedicated to the law. You know, he doesn't really see any way of compromise. He's uncompromising.
The whole bit where he lightens up at the end of the film just makes you want to puke.
Yeah.
That's not. And also, nobody says "drock" in this entire film. Fuck this film.
Dredd doesn't lighten up. Dredd is the same the whole time. He's mechanical. He is absolutely like razor focused on the law and nothing else.
Yeah.
So
that's
he
what
wouldn't
Carl
be.
Urban got right.
He wouldn't be making out with the other judge, right?
No, he would have arrested her.
Judge Dredd would have.
He would have arrested her for doing that. That's what he would have done. He would have done that.
Yes.
I guess I got a question for those that are much more steeped in the comics. I'm looking at the IMDb. These three guys who were the writers on this film. Do they have any connection to the
Wagner, who wrote a load of the comics, did a script for this film. Stallone destroyed it by constantly wanting jokes.
John Wagner is the creator on the
yes, the creator.
Carlos Esquerra was the artist.
Yeah.
So they basically totally fucked him over. I mean, the guy who created the comic wrote the first screenplay, and then it just all went to shit, right?
Yeah. Even Steven D'Souza as well. The guy who wrote fucking Die Hard was one of the writers on this movie.
Yeah. It was. I mean, John Wagner didn't have anything to do with the writing of the screenplay whatsoever. Although there is a writing credit because, as Melvin quite rightly said, he was one of the key creators of the character. So, in essence, he is a de facto writer on this. Really, because he's the creator or co-creator of the character and the situations and so forth. But in terms of writing the screenplay, John Wagner had zero to do with the screenplay.
Did they not even approach him as a creative consultant?
No. Well, we'll put it this way. I mean, Danny Cannon wanted more of an involvement from John Wagner, but of course. As far as the studio, I think it was Hollywood Pictures, which was a division of Disney at the time. They kind of saw John Wagner as an unknown quantity, really. Just somebody who happened to have created a character, and that was that. And it was given to, I think it was given to the guy who wrote the screenplay, or co-wrote the screenplay with Cameron for T2. And it was initially very much a more darker dystopian movie, very Blade Runner-esque. But of course, when Stallone and other producers got their grubby mitts on it, they decided they wanted things to be a little bit more lighter. And what was quite telling, I think I mentioned this to you last week, actually, Al, after the stream, the Escape from New York stream, that I never saw it, but apparently Stallone walked onto the set on the very first day of shooting, and he was a little bit perturbed because he wondered why nobody was laughing. Why isn't anybody laughing? This is supposed to be funny, yeah? And of course, nobody was laughing because it wasn't supposed to be funny. No. I think he was under the impression that it was a comedy action, that this was, that this guy had
a fundamental misunderstanding of the source material.
Complete misunderstanding, or not just a misunderstanding. I think it's more zero knowledge of it whatsoever. It's crackers.
This is the failure of this film is the same reason why an American remake of Red Dwarf has never worked. Because it's something that is intrinsically British in humour. And it just doesn't translate. It just doesn't translate to the Hollywood humor kind of thing. And unfortunately, that's one of the failings with the movie. is that they just put all this kind of Hollywood 90s crap comedy into it with fucking Rob Schneider. This film made me hate Rob Schneider. And the thing is, there are characters like Fergie in the comics, that kind of hapless, kind of useless put upon character. They do appear in the comics, but not like this.
Fergie was a character in the comics, but he was nothing like this guy.
No,
Fergie was the king of the Undercity. That's who Fergie was. He wasn't. He wasn't like a random computer hacker.
They're not slapstick, which is what this got turned into. And there's a, as I say, there's a kind of satirical comedy about 2000 AD.
It's all satirical. You're absolutely right.
Ultra totalitarian, future. Where there is no liberty.
Inspired by Watergate, wasn't it?
Yes, it was. Yeah, you're right.
And they totally missed it in this film. They just totally missed it.
Yeah, Melvin's absolutely right. I mean, Melvin said, there was an inspiration there from Watergate, and that's absolutely spot on. I mean, everything was satirical about this, or supposed to be satirical about the movie. Certainly about the comic books. It was a satire. The whole thing was a satire, and it's not that. And I don't think it's anything to do with the fact that a lot of the producers didn't get it. It's just they just didn't want this to be a satire. They saw it as some kind of vehicle for Stallone, as I think one of you had mentioned earlier. And he certainly thought that.
Yeah, and Stallone was a bankable star that could make money off it. But that's the thing. They put all this money in it without any understanding of why it was a success. This is like an IP that's in this big fan base, that isn't a movie just yet, and they think, I'll just make a movie, have some fucking people shoot some shit, have some stupid comedy. It doesn't matter. Big flashing lights, big boom, and people pay big bucks. But
I'm going to ask you all a question and see if I think one of you, and I know which one, may know the answer to this. And I'm not going to tell you who, but I think there is one person among you that may know the answer. How much do you think, just pluck a random figure out of the air, how much do you think that Fleetway sold the film rights to this Judge Dredd movie for? How much do you think they sold it for?
I'm guessing a few grand then.
Okay, right, so a few grand. Go on, just pick a random.
I don't know the exact number, but I think it was very little. I think they just wanted to push it out there, didn't they? So they gave it away cheap in order to get it made.
Yeah, go on, a figure, Melvin. I think you're going to be the one.
Something silly like £1 or something.
Absolutely right.
You're fucking kidding me.
Absolutely right. £1. £1.
Jesus Christ.
The fucking Duke Brothers bet pound. Jesus.
Yeah, £1.
Speaking of that, Luke, before I get too drunk, I just want to tell you guys, as I'm looking at numbers, Inside Man would know. Do you guys, this 1995, what do you think the budget for a 1995 film for Judge Dredd was?
I think
exactly
this
how much it was. I know exactly how much it's been made.
I think originally, I think it was supposed to be, a $50 million movie, and I think it went up to something like, didn't it go up to something like 90 million or something?
Yeah, dude, good call, man. Yeah, and
115,
and the box office, dude.
I think the box office, US box office, was something like 36 million. I think worldwide, I think it was about 113, 115.
Yeah, domestic was 35, international 78. Yeah. So worldwide total was, we'll say 115 off a budget of 90.
Yeah.
Holy shit, man.
Yeah. And see, these were the days. Like I say, Hollywood Pictures. This was a division, one of the other companies that have attached to Disney. So you had Touchstone and Buena Vista and Hollywood Pictures. Hollywood Pictures was a division of Disney, and at this time, I believe that they actually had a stack of flops in a row, and that caused them to dissolve this company. Now, look at what Disney have got now with Lucasfilm, and they're still doubling down on it. So at least in these days, 30 years ago, at least they kind of knew when something was a little bit of a dead duck, but they don't seem to recognize that at the moment.
And this set the IP back so far that it took 15 years to try another movie.
Yeah.
It really did some damage to the 2000 AD brand, because Judge Dredd is far from the only character in those comics that could be adapted. And we are getting a a Duncan Jones Rogue Trooper film later this year.
That's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah, I mean, that's one I think is worth looking out for. I mean, I do like Duncan Jones a lot. You know, a little bit patchy, you know, here and there, but Rogue Trooper, I think, is one of the really good stories.
I think if you're going to bring it back,
yeah,
to trying something with the movie, I think Rogue Trooper is a good way to do it. I would have liked to have seen more of the Judge Dredd universe. I mean, Judge Death was meant to be in this film, but they just couldn't do the budget.
Yeah, that's a fucking terrifying villain. It's like it's illegal to live.
Yes,
Living
being
is
alive is illegal.
Who's doing the opening crawl with their accent, you know?
We've got James L. Jones going in the third millennium. The world changed climate conditions. So it's all exposition, filling in about the cat staff that we got this big city called.
Wait, what does James Earl Jones sound like again?
Yeah. Let's go back a little bit. Millions of people crowded into a few exposition where roving bands of street exposition created violence and an exposition could not control. So it is basically just filling in a lot of exposition backstory from like in the comics, where it's all into chaos, and now where cops are not just cops now; they're actually trained fucking law enforcers, judges, everything. They are judge, jury, and executioner.
And I'm not sure, just for 1 second, actually, I don't know how well the 2000 AD comics were regarded in the US at this time. Was it a big thing out there? Were they, you know, because you obviously got Marvel and DC. Did it even scratch the surface? Did people know what Judge Dredd was?
I'm going to say not really. It was very peripheral. Like I'm sure certain comic shops carried it, but it certainly wasn't as in the public viewing like Spider-Man, Batman, or Star Trek.
It's always been a British institution, always, you know.
Yeah, it really is. Yeah.
At this point, we had already had the at least a couple of the Batman Judge Dredd crossovers, and a lot of the 2000 AD artists that basically started on 2000 AD had moved over to American comics, working for Marvel and DC and things like that. So in the industry, it was certainly well known. I don't know about on the street.
Yeah, makes sense.
So we've got the exposition now. We kind of know we know that it's basically dystopian. The cops are now judge, jury, and executioners. The world is shit, and we've got loads of like cities like Mega City 1, Mega City 2, and they're all surrounded by this care staff. That's basically where people who aren't living in Mega City are mutants, and they're badly disfigured and mutated. Everything. It's really dystopian stuff, and
it's like modern Los Angeles.
Yeah, it's Glasgow. It's Glasgow.
Yeah, and once again, the costumes are fucking awesome. I mean, look at these visuals. These are brilliant. They've got little bits of CGI with models, composite work, and it still does look pretty good.
I thought the production design of this film was just fine. The people who did the work to make it look the way it looked, I was like, that's fine.
And the score too, the whole like this watch had the whole they're playing that, and it seems epic and grand scale. And
but the beginning is
so much good about this.
But the beginning is weird. It really is, because
it starts okay. It just goes wrong the second that Dredd takes his helmet off.
Yeah,
it just goes downhill from there.
There's some good in this movie.
But it kind of makes Mega City look a little bit like a utopian paradise for a while. When Rob Snyder is coming off, he's just about to be released now. He's about to be sent to Heaven Haven. You know, some very nice sounding name for a place that ends up being a shithole. And but I like it when Dredd 2012 sort of established the moment you see Mega City 1, it's a total shithole, and it does look pretty good.
You do have the elite in Mega City 1 that do manage to lead those kind of, you know, it is very much a kind of, there's just so many people compressed into such a small space that life is shit for like 99% of them.
But what he was saying there was accurate.
Nice, doesn't it? The music makes it sound...
All the rich people live on the top of the buildings. All the rich people are in the
buildings. They get to
what he was saying was the view you would see.
Like that,
you would see all the rich people living their amazing life, and then when you get to the bottom, that's where the scumbags are. That's exactly how it is in the comic, isn't it?
Yeah.
I know. And I just like the fact that he's just been released from prison, and they're plonking him into an environment where he's more likely to commit a crime. I mean, crime-ridden area.
That's real life, though.
I know, yeah. That's a justice system for you. It's still going well. It's still doing well in the future.
Hey, at least you didn't get locked up for a tweet.
But as you guys said, to be fair, right now so far, like you can at least see where the $90 million budget went for 1995.
Yeah.
It does look good. I can't debate that.
Yeah, and
even for
yeah,
them,
and it's still kind of funny as well. Like eat recycled food for a happier, healthier life. Yeah, if you don't get stabbed on the streets by bloody rioters.
Well, they got that thing back then. It's something they're pushing now. As lots of different characters. There was a character called Otto Sump.
That's
and
it. Yeah.
He started a company selling this food called, was it Gunge? And it was made of insects and things. And the advert was Gunge. It's tasty, but they never told anybody what it was made of. And then the judges found out what it was made of, and they shut him down. And they took it and kept on pushing it as food, but they just called it something else.
Yeah, at least
McDonald's.
Power of the rebrand.
I know. At least Klaus Schwab is honest about trying to feed us bugs here. So
yeah. Klaus Schwab is Otto Sump.
Yeah, and it is crazy this fucking beginning as well. And he's about to go to his new place. He's like, oh well, at least I'm not in prison. And you can tell this is going wrong right at the moment. I've got nothing against Rob Schneider. I think he seems like a very nice guy, but God, his comedy is not for me. It really is.
Rob Schneider is a carrot.
He's the emperor.
I like Rob Schneider. I didn't think he was awful in this. I thought he was awful in that Van Damme movie, Knockoff.
Oh, boy.
Oh, fucking! I saw that years ago. The cinematography is fucking obnoxious. They keep quick cutting, speeding up shots every single time. It's weird.
It's a bad movie.
I heard he's a nice guy.
Yeah, Space Ice made it better though. Space Ice made it better.
He always does.
Yeah, and this could be funny in maybe another movie, but he's about to go into this place where he's about to arrest. You know, he's where he's released, but now he's got James Remar and his gang. They're all involved.
Fucking legend.
Yeah, I was going to say, do you recognize him?
James. I love James Remar, but he's always cast as these fucking scumbags in small roles in a lot of films. But whenever he does get a chance to shine, he's very good.
You know, honestly, he was supposed to be Hex.
So good.
He was
this is
supposed to be Hex of Alien.
At this point, we're like, I don't know, 5 minutes in maybe. I'm like, yep, so far, so 2000 AD. You know, it's not perfect, but it's not too bad at the moment. But the wheels do come off soonish.
Yeah. But it does still establish that Mega City 1 is a crime-ridden cesspit.
Yeah, exactly.
We still got that going. There's still bits I do.
You've got the block war going on, and that's exactly, you do get these blocks again so close to each other that, when you put lots of humans in close proximity like that, they do get, a bit aggy and stuff. And, some of the vehicles look kind of like they did in the comics and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Even the shuttle at the start, is 2000 AD-esque. The production design was not the problem on this film.
I know, and when you get with the 2012 version of Dredd, it just looks like another motorbike, doesn't it? Another motorcycle.
Exactly.
But
Yeah,
it's still cool. It's still cool. Yeah. I mean, I do like that. It's stripped it back a bit, but
the city in the 2012 Dredd could have been any city. It didn't look like Mega City 1 at all. It could have been anywhere. Could have been Los Angeles. Could have been anywhere. It was somewhere in South Africa, wasn't it?
Cape Town. They shot it in Cape Town studios, but a lot of it was filmed in Johannesburg. For the city, but also over here in London as well. So,
I think Lord Toxic said we should at least acknowledge that this was Diane Lane peak, Diane Lane hotness in this film. Yes. Oh God, yeah. Oh man, I think she's still good now. She still looks good now.
I'm drunk off the banger.
Classy till the end.
Yeah, and this is where she shows up as Judge Hershey, and the costumes do look very much like in the comics, but I think I do prefer that it does look more tactical in the 2012 version.
Yeah,
because you want to believe that these people can be in a fight. I think the way the costumes look in this film is more believable in the comics. There's something about the comics that where certain amount of realism,
basically the Batman Begins of Judge Dredd films, isn't it?
Yeah,
it's everything as it would actually probably be in real life. Whereas again, that wasn't exactly 2000 AD. 2000 AD was stupidly ostentatious, over the top, everything looked ridiculous. It's a whole idea,
Yeah.
The armor in this is a cross between the two, I suppose. Judge
The helmet-
had quite a lot of different looks over the years. To be honest, his look has evolved. So
The helmet is wrong here. I don't like it.
Yeah, they should have the cross in the front.
Yeah,
of it.
he has
Well,
not
was accurate.
cross on her.
And the material they were wearing, it was like lycra. It was it's like they were
Yeah,
dressed like
spandex
wrestlers.
lycra.
Yeah, and he
Yeah.
has this fucking we'll get to it soon, but he has this like fucking jock strap on him as well. I'm like, what the fuck, man?
Yeah.
We'll get to that later.
What I think's a little bit off about this is that he actually passed his costume over to Gianni Versace and asked him to redesign his costume. So his costume is partially designed or redesigned by Gianni Versace. And I just wanted to say this, and I've got to get this out of the way quickly because I don't want to piss on anybody's strawberries here, but I really don't like the score. I really don't like it.
You don't like the Silvestri score?
Did you
I love Alan Silvestri, but I really don't like this music.
Did you say piss on my strawberries?
Yeah.
You legend. I've never heard that, my wife.
It doesn't matter. You're going to be drunk. You're going to be drunk and banging Diane Lane. Don't worry about it.
No.
I think I understand what you mean. The score does try to make Judge Dredd. Yeah. I don't see what you mean because the score is trying to make Judge Dredd sound a bit more heroic, but no, he's not a hero. He is almost a little bit. Was kind of like a little bit
he's a
tarantula in a way.
fascist.
Yeah.
The whole idea is
yeah. I mean, I would have liked to have heard David Arnold's score because obviously, he worked with Danny Cannon on Young Americans, and they become very, very good friends. And he really was pushing for David Arnold to score this. But again, the studios were saying, he is an unknown quantity. We don't really know a great deal about him. Of course, he goes on to score 7 Bond movies or 6 Bond movies after that.
I love his Bond scores.
And obviously, Independence Day was another one of his, wasn't it? Another very, very decent score. I would have liked to have heard his dark score that he started composing for this, but also Jerry Goldsmith started scoring this as well.
Sorry, I wanted to say I actually just finished watching the last half of this movie this morning, and unlike, let's say, Star Trek or Star Wars, I don't even remember any of the music. It seemed like
exactly,
it faded away in the background. Nothing like what I don't say. And oh god, the music at the end credits. What the hell was that?
Yeah. I don't remember it at all. I don't remember it. I mean, whenever I see it, I mean, I'm exactly the same as you. Whenever I see it, I maybe sort of pick up on a few notes, but it's not the kind of movie that, and I've seen this countless times, unfortunately. I still can't remember the music.
It's like
if I can't remember the music,
you don't notice it. You don't notice it as you're watching the film, unlike I would say a James Bond film or a Star Wars.
Yeah. It does nothing for me, this music. But Alan Silvestri is a brilliant composer.
Back to the Future and the Avengers. I mean, those are still very memorable scores by Alan Silvestri.
Yeah,
I do like the sound effects. The bikes have cool sound effects. They sound futuristic, but not unrealistic.
Yeah.
I like the Law Masters in this. I thought it was quite good because the Law Masters in the comic are a bit weird looking. I don't think the look of the Law Masters would have worked on screen.
The majority of the Law Masters were just literally 50cc mopeds that were obviously his wasn't, but most of them were just 50cc mopeds.
Okay. I thought it was like a dressed up Honda Goldwing or something like that.
And afterwards, I remember not long after they were taken to a company that was based over at Elstree called Weird and Wonderful, and they were kind of a prop store, if you like, a storage facility. And I went over there and I thought, oh my god, you got all the Law Masters. So about 6 Law Masters there, a couple of the original Stormtrooper outfits from Empire Strikes Back, just tons and tons of stuff that they were storing for different movies. But yeah, I'm not sure whether they're still there. Weird and Wonderful, they were called.
I recall reading something that they actually used lawnmower engines on the Law Masters. Was that right?
You're probably right. I can't say that for certain, but you're probably right. I've never really sort of looked into it, but yeah, I mean, art department myself, and so it's mainly working with Nigel Phelps. So
They looked the part, though, didn't they? They look great.
They look great. They do look great. They look amazing, actually. Yeah,
the look is still good, and So Hershey and their rookie partner, they're all bogged down. They get fired upon, and then Dredd shows up, and I remember when I first saw the image of Stallone in this outfit, because I'd never heard of Judge Dredd before of the comics, and I thought it looked pretty fucking cool until you see the movie and you see that fucking jockstrap, and it's like, what the hell's that?
It's Stallone. Come on, don't be jealous.
So he's just standing there all badass while people are shooting, and he's like, I am law. What the fuck you saying? I don't know. Shoot the motherfucker.
He's like, the whole block is under arrest. Like, yeah, right, dude.
Yeah, under arrest. And the Hesh is like, what's he doing? He's like a sitting duck out there. It's like, yeah, they're around the range. So
But he's very
but I mean,
he's arrogant.
They were shooting straight downwards, you know. It's like the range was good. It was a dead man. It was fucking ridiculous.
That's kind of the point. Like, they're making him right now. He's being like he's arrogant. He's arrogant, and he's not calculated. He thinks that, like, you know, he knows. Like, I knew they'd say that. Like, man.
Yeah, but it's not how it is.
That's just him desperately wanting a catchphrase, unfortunately.
Which
childhood. Judge Dredd is a clone. He was born at 5 years old and ready to go, you know, and they're training him to be a judge since then, since the minute he came out of the tank, you know. And before he got on the street, he was highly trained. He wouldn't be prancing about the street saying, "Don't worry, man, they couldn't hit an elephant from this dist."
So he's borderline Homelander from The Boys.
He would literally have them up on charges for cowering behind the bikes.
Yeah, because he's. If you're breaking the law for 1 minute, he will enforce it.
Yeah. Well, not even. I mean, just rules in general. He is the ultimate authoritarian. That is.
He is bound by the law, no matter what. He's like, he still has a bit of a moral code, but he's still kind of a ruthless, uncompromising. Kind of mean bastard. He really is. He's a very mean fucker.
That's the premise too. It's like James Rebar's got his cohorts there. Like, oh my God, it's Judge Dredd. He's here to try to make him out to be this ultimate badass, but you can't take him seriously when he's prancing around like this.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's already got a reputation as well. It's like, oh, it's Dredd. Hey, if you're gonna be afraid of me. And James Remar's having fun. You can tell he's just going nuts.
Plenty of coke.
Yeah, he must have had plenty of fucking coke during this movie because he does that. He does that a lot when he plays these villains, these big shouty villains. He's like, oh, I got your gun. I got Eddie Murphy at gunpoint. You shot. I can't believe it. Oh.
Hey, you better snorting your lines and blowing them.
Hello. God bless James Remar. I love you, man. Yeah, and we got Rob Schneider.
It would have been a different Aliens if he kept the role of Hicks.
Yeah, imagine
I know,
that.
like different good or different bad. It just would have been, you know, like watching that whole film with Remar instead of Michael Biehn.
I know, because I wonder if he would have played it more stoic, or would he have gone a little bit more manic?
I think he would have been much less passive. Hicks is a very passive character, and I don't think that would have taken.
Yeah, I could see him playing the Bill Paxton character, kind of, but just not as well. Because Bill
didn't Paxton originally go for Hicks?
Probably did, because he can sort of play these.
I'm pretty sure he went for Hicks, and Cameron said, "No, I've got another character in mind for you." I might be remembering that wrong, to be honest. I need to watch the Aliens Expanded documentary. I've got it on my computer to watch.
I would not be surprised if that was real. And yeah, Rob Schneider's been his cowardly, comical, sidekick guy saying, "Hey, how about I go down there and surrender? Throw him off. Okay, bad idea." Ugh.
I'm already fed up with Rob Schneider at this point. I already know he's going to be the low point.
10 minutes to the film.
Yeah, exactly. No, exactly. That's it. I've had enough. He's like the fucking Aquafina of the 90s. I swear to God.
Yeah,
he's not wrong.
I know. I mean, I did hear there was a TV program with Rob Schneider that's actually very good, and he's actually he kind of reels back the stupidity of his usual stick. But I don't know.
I think he plays like a sleazy lawyer. I think.
I kind of would have seen. I think that sounds very similar. No, I'm thinking of another movie now, so I won't get into that. It's so yeah, he kind of has this very convoluted plan of infiltrating the place by shooting the fucking floor down and running them down, and he's like, Oh, what's the line he used? Room pacified.
Oh yeah, the room has been pacified.
Yeah,
One
that's
liner.
it. Yeah.
It's so bad.
Yeah, and I was like, because when I was a young kid, I was thinking, yeah, this, even as a kid who likes cheesy, stupid movies, I thought this might be a bit too stupid. I don't know, because he's got a gun that can practically turn into a machine gun, a grenade launcher, everything, and it's like,
to be fair, the lawgiver did always have different types of ammo and stuff. So
yeah. But now I'm older now, I'm starting to thinking, all right, that probably is a bit more truer to the comics. And but when I first watched it, I was like, I mean, what else has he got? Lawgiver, grenade launcher, machine gun, toothpick.
double whammy.
Double whammy. Double whammy.
Double whammy.
And his line is so weird as well. He's like
9mm.
Yeah. He's like, double whammy.
Yeah, that's the Lawgiver Mark II. The Lawgiver Mark I, I think, looked better.
Yeah, Lawgiver Mark I looks completely different. Nothing like that at all. But
they had things like heat seekers and things where you could just stand and shoot somebody around the corner and ricochet bullets.
For some reason, the Dredd 2012 still made it more credible when he goes hot shot and he blows that flare into that guy's that flaming bullet into that guy's mouth and turns his head into a fucking human light bulb. It's damn, man.
You see, you take the Carl Urban Dredd and put him in this film, and it would fix so many problems. It really would.
Because, like you said, it tries to humanize him too much. You got Hershey giving him shit about, don't you have any emotions about anything? I mean, and
honestly, before Stallone signed up for this, it's just given him on his contract across the front, stamped in red. Dredd never removes his helmet.
Yeah.
You're not with that. Fuck off and don't do the film.
I know. I mean, all right, in the comics, we do show little hints of humanity, like in the care staff when he's dining with all these very sort of downtrodden people who have been living on the care staff, but they're still very good people. And he does sort of like admire the fact that they're living a shit life, yet they're still appreciative of what they've got. And I really like that. And we should only see hints of humanity in him, not laid on thick like it was in this movie. And Dredd 2012 still got that right. It did.
He's not. Judge Dredd is not meant to be a hero.
Yeah,
that's one of the biggest problems. They made him into a hero, a typical action hero in this film with that arc and everything.
He's loyal to his authoritarian. He's loyal to his more authoritarian kind of system, isn't he? But he's
a machine. He is as close to a machine as you can possibly get. Like RoboCop or something like that, I suppose. It's the whole idea behind him is that he's got one directive: uphold the law.
Yeah, it's ingrained into his head. It's like someone that's been brainwashed to do this 24/7. Yeah, and he only has
an idea that Games Workshop would nick later for Warhammer 40,000 and Space Marines. It's a similar kind of deal because that's how they started out in the very early Rogue Trader and stuff like that, more like military police and these heroic fucking giant men that wandered around stuff. One of the judges changed, but again, back in the 70s and 80s, that was British culture. Post Thatcherite and a lot of that kind of stuff in the 80s. It was looking back at that kind of stuff and taking the piss out of it in I'm not going to say necessarily in an intelligent way, but a more subtle satiric way than anything they would be able to do these days. That's for sure.
You'll get judged down.
Yeah, and Drew Gordon, I mentioned Inside Man actually got to stream with Pat Mills on the Outcasts, and I read about that Pat Mills as well. He was for coming up with Rico, and he also came up with the Lawgiver, who I actually thought was in this movie as one of the cannibalistic mutants that Dredd gets captured by later.
The Angel Gang. I watched that interview with Pat Mills because Pat Mills is like literally responsible for my fucking teenage years. Hookjaw, Charlie's War, Judge Dredd, loads of it. I was like fucking Slaying, fucking loads of it. I was like, oh man.
Yeah.
When I was a kid growing up, it was just the coolest fucking thing because they didn't care about in blood and death and all that kind of shit all over the place. Whenever you pick up like sort of the Marvel comic, it'd be quite tame, and then you pick up Dark Horse and you've got a Predator ripping a dude's head off and stuff like, fucking yes, give me more of this, and less of the Marvel imprint.
Yeah, so Low Toxic's just asking the question, who would you pick in 1995 to play
95?
Judge? Well, you can pick whoever you want, but there'd have to be a jobbing actor in 1995. Well, I couldn't really imagine Sylvester Stallone back when I was a kid, but I don't know. I think Amanda Santi almost looks like he could have been Judge Dredd if his acting wasn't so fucking over the top in here.
I hate to say it, but the most important thing about Judge Dredd is the chin.
Yeah.
You're right.
You know, honestly, because you've just got the rest of it. You've got to put on the persona, but you need the chin, sort of almost upside down smile thing that he has.
Yeah, he's got like snarl. He's got like snarl, hasn't he? That sort of.
I know Hollywood would have never gone for it, but I mean, I would have gone with a relative unknown at the time, to be honest.
Yeah.
I probably wouldn't have put a star in it, but back then, the 90s was all star-driven vehicles. It probably moved off the ground.
That is actually a good idea, having an unknown, because he's supposed to be a very faceless guy, Judge Dredd, and to have someone who doesn't have that star power but has this presence, this sort of like intimidating presence about him would have worked.
Well, Carl Urban understood. Carl Urban in that film, there is no Carl Urban there.
Yeah,
you know
what I mean? He was in full character throughout the shoot.
I mean, if you look at 1995, even like Google right now, you figure 1995, who the top action stars at the time period, like Al would say, unknowns are better, because you got like Van Damme, Nicolas Cage, Wesley Snipes, Dolph Lundgren, Stallone, Arnold, Bruce Willis. None of these guys can really be Dredd. No. And that's
too much ego. You get too much ego. Yeah. You need a faceless.
And Carl Urban, think about it. Carl Urban, besides what, like kind of a small role in like Lord of the Rings, Carl Urban is not an A-list actor by any means. He's not like.
Yeah, he should be.
No, I'm not.
His most successful thing is probably The Boys.
That's what I'm saying. And the Boys came after Judge. It came after 2012. So again, like we all love Carl Urban the same. Like Carl Urban isn't like, he's not Tom Cruise. I mean, in terms of box office,
Yeah. I think Kurt Russell could have been good in the role. I mean, he can do the stoic badass very well, and he seems to.
After Stargate.
Yeah.
He does.
Could have had what's his name? Viggo Mortensen, because Danny Cannon already worked with him on The Young Americans.
I could go with that.
Yeah, he can give a really good sense of mystery as well.
He's quite tall, isn't he? He's like about 6'5" or something.
Yeah,
he's a big dude.
Okay, it's not fair inside man comparing things to modern Disney Marvel. It's like comparing potato to a decomposed corpse of a random bomb taken off by. Yeah, it's kind of a shtick at the moment, Critter. It's an inside joke.
That's way of life.
I have a reputation for burning homeless people for some reason,
or stabbing them, or pissing on them.
But do you think even just keeping Stallone in the role and the right people did the script and the directing, and he kept the damn helmet on? Like, I mean, I guess I'm just saying take the whole film and just redo it properly. So I guess I just answered my own question. I think Stallone could do the character as long as he just kept his ego in check, and you had a better, just better. I mean, I think it looks great, but I absolutely admit the story was lacking, and you're kind of pissing on the fans of the comic by not doing it justice. Meaning the creatives don't have the proper care. It sounds like a lot of studio interaction, but I almost feel like Stallone and everyone else could just stay there, just a different tone and a better script, and keeping egos in check.
I think the only thing
that Judge Dredd should not be a Hollywood vehicle. I mean, it is as simple as that.
I think I mean, Al had said this, and I think others had said this already. That I think the only thing that they really got right was the world. There was nothing else there.
Some of the casting I thought was okay. I mean, Amanda Santi was good as Rico, didn't you think?
I really like him. I just thought he was a little bit too over the top.
Yeah, he's kind of at his best when he's a little bit more subtle, like when he's not screaming, saying "I am the future, I am the future, I am the chaos." He's better when he was a little bit more cooler.
Yeah, he definitely goes a little bit sort of Saturday cartoon villain at the end, doesn't he?
Yeah, and I know he was sort of like trying to sort of mimic Stallone a little bit as well by putting this little lisp on as well, saying, "I'm going to be a daddy."
The thing is, though, in the comic, which is nothing like the movie, when Rico comes back, the story is called The Return of Rico. When he comes back, he got sent to Titan. It's a penal colony. And they had to do all this surgery on his face and fit all this mechanical stuff on his face so he could breathe. And when he comes back, he is a bit mental. So it kind of fitted for me.
Yeah. But I think, who knows, maybe a little change
I mean,
from the comics.
in the comics, and everything, like Judge Dredd literally goes into space. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know, there's whole sort of comic lines where they are in space on the actual spaceships and stuff like that. And
yeah, no, I watched one.
You can't do that on a first. I mean, the budget was already 90 million. Can you imagine what would happen if they started putting space stuff in it? But it's the feel. The feel is not 2000 AD. The feel is not Judge Dredd. The tone is just totally wrong. And as I say, you can see the film just is on track at the moment, sort of. It's like, yeah, standard kind of Hollywood stuff, but it feels like 2000 AD. And in a minute, it's just going to completely derail and go down the hill and then roll off a cliff.
Yeah. Yeah. So
right there, that shot there. Go back.
Oh yeah. There we go.
There you go. That's right.
Cool.
That's right. He's got the Dredd snarl. That. You know.
But I do love this gun
the
too.
rest of it all went shit. All went to shit.
It is cool that the fact that the gun, every time you say gun, it's like, you know, fire rounds, double rounds, like flamethrower rounds, grenade rounds. The gun's so cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, and it's a plot device as well. It allows him to, you know, take them all out on his own, that kind of stuff, and make it semi-believable. And it wasn't quite like that in the comic, but they did have adaptable ammo and stuff like that. And you know, as I say, Judge Dredd's been going for so long that there has been an evolution to the look. He's not always. I mean, Christ, the very first Judge Dredd comics, there was a stupid sidekick robot called Walter with a speech.
Walter the robot, yeah.
You know, who spoke like the
Chris
Emperor guy in Monty Python and the fucking Life of Brian.
Yeah, have you listened to those audio books?
It was good. It was goofy back in the day, really goofy. But then it sort of turned into this kind of satire on totalitarianism. Yeah. And I don't know, maybe Stallone just read those first couple of shorts and she went, "Oh, this is really funny," and thought it should be a comedy.
Yeah, because when I was listening to them, they're on YouTube as well. When I was listening to them, I was thinking, "Oh, maybe the 1995 Judge Dredd did get it fucking right."
I mean, those early comics are the kind of thing, the kind of funny that you get in a newspaper. Do you remember when you used to get the comics in the newspapers?
Like, yeah, those little comic strips. Yeah, because it's from the original Case Files of Judge Dredd, where they show all the original. The first.
I've got. I think the first 17 of them. They've done absolutely shitloads. I think up to like 34 now, or something stupid like that, and they're still not done all of them. But yeah, the first ones are what you could call twee. You know, they're black and white, and as I say, you've got this silly sidekick, with a robot running around, getting into.
It's not really a sidekick, is it? It's his like servant. Just
yeah.
But got out sometimes for some of the stories, for the Robot Rebellion story.
Yeah, it's funny.
That's cool. They do establish it there.
Call me Kenneth.
That the guns.
With all the characters in the film, are a majority of these characters present in the comic books, or is there anything like?
Magruder's got a beard in the film, but you know,
with the robot, the robot's not in the in any of the Judge Dredd.
I know, thank God, because when I was listening to those audiobooks on YouTube, I was like, "Yeah,
that's the robot." No, they got rid of him.
Yeah.
No. I'm talking about the I'm talking about the big
the ABC.
The ABC Warrior. That's part of the ABC Warriors story. That's not in Dredd.
Yeah, he looks cool, but I heard he actually had a bit of personality in the comics, though. While in here is just this, just drawn obeying commands, and that's about
the ABC Warriors was a whole. It's like Strontium Dog. It's like a whole
completely different thing. Yeah.
Mm. But one thing I do like about this film, even though it's very badly done, it still establishes a lot about what happens in this universe. Like if a criminal grabs a judge's gun, the lawgiver, as they're called, you know, it will fucking kill them. It's made only for a judge. It's like adapted to their DNA, something like that.
Exactly. Yeah.
Yeah, and but you do get some very funny sort of dark kills there, where he does the armor piece and he does this scream as well.
Yeah.
This big fucking hole in his chest. It's very darkly and violent, and like you said, it does feel very 2000 AD.
It's setting up the technology comes across as kind of believable. The world is being set up fairly well at this point. It's it just almost feels like it turns into a different
thing's
movie
weird is they give
when
this
you've
film
got
art.
Rob Schneider in the back of a jet bike going, "I may do" and stuff like that. And it's like, oh, for fuck's
People
sake.
have broken this down. This is an R-rated 95. I've seen way worse shit stuff on TV.
Yeah.
Because
The
this is
fucking
R.
Dredd 2012 is brutal. I mean, you get
That's
people
what I'm saying,
Funnily enough, it's got
skin alive.
edited quite heavily for Britain because Britain had a massive thing about headbutts.
Yeah,
And there's a lot of
for us,
headbutts in this
like
film.
so far, this feels very PG-13 to me. Like because you're not getting swearing, and like so far, it's just mostly like leg shots. You're not getting like decapitations or guts flying out. Like I'm so curious why this got an R rating for. I'm not seeing an R rating worthy of that.
It did get an. I think there was a violent cut and it got an X rating, and the Stallone tried to cut it down for a PG-13, but it got an R rating anyway. Because there are still some very sort of bloody moments in here, but it's not as bad as the 2012 where someone's getting fucking skinned, or you see someone hit the pavement in slow motion and their face just splats all over the pavement.
There's a couple of bits though. I mean, you got somebody being cooked, haven't you? Like a human being.
Oh yeah, that was fucking.
See, I've seen that was in Shogun. Shogun was on Hulu.
Yeah.
And you get the bit where the robot rips the guy's arms and legs off, although you don't see it. You see the blood splatter.
You see the blood splatter on the floor.
I see it outside my house.
Yeah. I do actually like this bit where he's reading all the crimes that James Remar has done, and he's like, doing 20 years. He says 20 years, so fucking weird. Even the nostalgia critic made fun of how he said 20 years, and
you know,
like,
Stallone hasn't improved since Rocky. Stallone peaked at Rocky, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
He wrote it, he directed it, he filmed the whole thing in like whatever it was, like 4 weeks or something, or 20 days or something like that. He made the whole movie.
Yeah.
He won an Oscar. He choreographed the fights. Him and Apollo Creed choreographed the fights. That was peak Sylvester Stallone. And ever since then, he's got worse instead of better. His acting is terrible. He can't even fucking speak English. It's ridiculous.
I think
how do you get a career out of that?
It's partly, it's partly that, what happens when nobody says no to an actor.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, because he got so big. But I think he might calm down a bit now as he's gotten older. Because he hasn't been improving his acting again. I liked him in Tulsa King. I liked him in Rocky Balboa #6. I mean, even though Creed has its problems, he's still fucking good in those movies. He seems to be
act. It's just in the 90s, he just kind of became a bit of a parody of himself.
Yeah, I agree. But also, even in Creed films in Rocky Balboa, he's still playing Rocky.
It's like Arnold Schwarzenegger. Arnold Schwarzenegger can act when he feels like it.
Yeah, I mean,
did you guys hear about?
I don't think I've ever seen him.
Samaritan. His superhero movie Samaritan. Did you like him in that one?
I forgot about that one. I need to watch it again.
I thought he was pretty good. I thought he was pretty good in that one.
Yeah, that was a good film, man. I need to watch it again. I actually forgot about that.
Yeah.
And funny enough, Stallone was with Schwarzenegger in Escape Plan. And Schwarzenegger actually pulls off some bloody good acting in that film. I couldn't believe it.
I watched that film. I thought it was okay. I didn't mind it at all.
I liked Escape Plan. I thought it was fine. I like the idea of a guy who broke out of prisons to show up the failings in their security. I thought that was
the best scene.
That was a cool angle.
Best line. You hit like a vegetarian.
Yeah, and they do have some chemistry, and we're going off on a tangent here, but yeah, he mentioned the final crime is the killing of a judge, and he's like, don't tell me life, and he just blasts him and says,
no ISO cubes for you, mate.
Yeah, exactly.
Because he killed this first uttering of I knew you'd say that.
Yeah. Yeah, they try to make that catchphrase, don't they? And
Stallone desperately wanted that to be a catchphrase.
He only says it once during this entire film.
No, he says it a few times.
I know. So the rookie's being killed, and she's upset because she let it happen, and he was her partner, and she feels guilty, and it's like, well, he jumped in, he shouldn't have done that. You don't blame yourself. Really bad.
Look, real quick, after he shot him in the head, he's like, course adjourned.
Yeah. I know.
Christ. You have to love the one line because Stallone's playing it so deadpan serious. That's what makes it funny. He's like, course adjourned. No.
This could have worked.
It just doesn't do one-liners. He just doesn't.
Yeah, if we had the Sylvester Stallone now doing this, I think he probably would have listened to some reason about not removing the helmet, because I know you say he was badly cast, but I think he is well cast. He just had too much fucking power over it.
Well, I think that's a really strong comment to make. I think he was so
He looks
poorly
the part,
cast.
though. He looks the part. He's kind of looks like he's
Yeah,
almost playing the
yeah.
dark stoicism very well.
But
It's just
there was so many aspects to him being cast
Mm.
that couldn't be wronger. To be honest with you, I think partly his stature. He's not a man of enormous stature, is he?
No.
And there is one
Not
thing that I
watching
can.
Tom Cruise as Reacher.
Yeah, but there is one thing that I can tell you that's absolutely true. That he insisted that all of the background artists, that all of the extras, were shorter than him.
I was gonna say, like, when he first walks off the bike, his shoes and like Diane
He's
Lane,
got huge like New Rock platform.
Diane Lane isn't the biggest woman, but like, look, the previous still, you see the size difference between him and Diane Lane. Stallone is like an inch bigger than me. I'm only 5'6", dude. Like he's towering over Diane Lane. Like he's not like Stallone's not a fucking 6'2" dude. Like, but he like the previous still, he's like twice her size.
Yeah, he's definitely wearing Cuban heels there.
Oh, definitely. Yeah.
Oh yeah, big fucking Bono platforms. One thing about Diane Lane about as Hershey, is she true to the comics? I think she might have been in the story where Judge Death goes inside her body and they sort of got to keep her in a cryogenic stasis. Something.
Oh, that was Anderson. That wasn't Hershey.
Yeah, that was another one. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, that's me getting mixed up.
I mean, I guess I wouldn't say Hershey comes. I wouldn't say there's a lot of characterization for Hershey in the comics that I've read, because by no means have I read all the Judge Dredd comics. I've read quite a few of the collected volumes, the case files, and I read a load when I was a teenager. But I don't remember having that much to do.
I don't think she was bad. Hershey was more a side character. She started getting some stories of her own much later on, in the comics. But she was more like a supporting character in the Judge Dredd stories. And Diane Lane wasn't terrible. You could have found somebody better, I suppose. I think that's what Bastard was saying. She was probably picked because of her height, because she's actually tiny. Yeah, that's probably why she got the part. But I would imagine somebody like at that time, somebody like Michelle Forbes or somebody probably would have been better.
Yeah, Michelle Forbes would have been great, actually.
Yeah, I get she's just an actress just doing what she's trying to do, and yes, she's supposed to be like the foil that's human. She's a bit more outgoing. She's a bit more sociable compared to Dredd, who's a bit more ingrained into the law.
He does say that. Shouldn't you show some emotions? Emotions, they should be against the law.
Yeah, no, yeah. They should outlaw them all.
How do you know Rob Schneider was a damn trash bot?
Yeah, I know. That's well, Rob Schneider is a recycling machine.
Please let the robot by. He's your friend.
Nobody's your friend.
And this bit here was ridiculous as well, because in the stories, and this is like famous in so many of the stories, it's not just like a small fact that you might have forgot. It's in almost all of them, that the judges have a handheld lie detector test. They wouldn't have sent an innocent man to jail without using the lie detector test to see if he was telling the truth.
Yeah,
that
was
was
me off.
Really bad.
That pissed me off as well. I mean, because he's just kind of trying to go straight, and he's landed in this fucking situation, and he's got this arsehole just arresting him just for being there. It's
hardcore, man. Gives him 6 months for impersonating a damn droid. Then he gives him 5 years.
No,
he's been out of jail for 1 day.
He's been out of jail like 10 minutes. 10 minutes.
It did make me laugh though, where it was like saying, "Well, you could have gone out the window." It's like, it would have been suicide. It's like it's illegal.
It is automatic 5-year sentence. How do you plead? Not guilty. I knew you'd say that.
Yeah, they're trying to make that a fucking line. It's
we're 13 minutes in. He said it twice already.
Yep.
I know it's kind of become a line that is used ironically, not because it's a cool one-liner, because it's so fucking dumb, man.
I'll be back.
Yeah.
Roadhouse.
Yeah. I mean, I think by this point in the movie, when I was watching it at the cinema, I was kind of resigned to the fact that we're probably not going to get the serious 2000 AD film that I'd hoped for. I was like, okay,
this dialogue is stupid and fun. He goes, because he's like, you could have skipped their window. He's like 44s. It would have been suicide, maybe, but it's legal.
That's so fucking cool.
Suicide is illegal. Get arrested for that shit.
Yeah, no, right. You try to commit suicide, they will arrest you as well, because there's always a chance you can end up killing someone else.
That's the point of Judge Dredd. Suicide's legal.
Yeah. But she's like, she's kind of been the more understanding person. Is like, haven't you heard of Circumstances? It's like, I've heard it all. And yes, he's like, we see him as the stoic fucking badass who's a little bit cynical, blah, blah, blah. But God, the fucking architecture on this is so ridiculous, but I love it. And I mean, the fucking judge headquarters is a fucking eagle. That's brilliant. That's just so cool to look at.
Mm-hmm.
I love it.
And again, it doesn't look quite like that, but that's true to the comics.
But then the music sounds like Dr. Evil's headquarters, though.
I know it does. But then again, this is a very tyrannical sort of like government as well. So yeah, of course they'd have something like that. They want to show the criminals that they mean business by have a very imposing eagle building that they work in. Mm. And once again, we're getting a little bit of geography as well. We got Aspen, where the prisoners are, the Cast, Mega City 1.
Oh man, it would have been so funny if they got some judges from the other countries to be in this film, because in the comic they are borderline fucking racist. It's so funny. Like the Australian judges, like fucking, they have like corks and hats and. Oh man, it is.
Dear God.
Like the Irish ones have fucking shamrocks everywhere and stuff like that.
They have spud guns. The Irish judges have spud guns.
That's a illegal whiskey.
And the Russian ones,
I just love it when dystopian universes have people wearing ridiculous shit just because.
It's like, I'm pretty sure that most of the people who worked at GW in the early days were just like 2000 AD.
Just the dialogue here, it's like
put a bit of June in it and make it into a game.
I'm just laughing because he's like we have to make our laws more harsher, more wrong. He just gave you that fucking 5 years for being inside of a robot. How much harsher shit can it get?
I know. Well, that's the thing with these maniacs. You know, if the law's harsh and it's imposed, it's not harsh enough. It's never harsh enough. He's typical fucking totalitarian, this Juggan Prognol character who's called Griffin, and once again we're getting more exposition, aren't we?
Well, I did not recognise. He looks nothing like he does in June. I know we're 10 years later,
but also the dialogue. He said,
"Okay, guys." I recognise him as Judge Prognol. I was like, "Oh shit!"
I'm not sure how big is the city. It says it's akin to New York City. He said there's 65 million people living in a city. I mean, New York City, I've been there. It's like you're packed like a sardine. It's
New York City is just a small part of it. The city just covers that whole side of the
city. Mega City is much bigger. Mega City is like a good chunk of the.
It goes to Washington, Georgia, Montreal. I think
it's massive. And also, like
hearing these numbers, 65 million. Holy shit!
Each block is like a city on its own.
Yeah, I'd say that's crazy. Just hearing these numbers, man. 65 million people.
But isn't I think the final count of Mega City 1 is actually 800 million, isn't it? That's the final kind of final
and
count.
half of them.
And that's all that's left is different mega cities across the world.
Yeah,
that is all of humanity, apart from people in the cursed earth who don't really count.
Because kind of like homeless people in Japan, you know, they're the lower rungs of society. They are the shit on everyone's shoes.
I saw one homeless person when I was in Japan. One. That was it. And he was clearly batshit insane because he was fucking dancing and had like great big grey hair like that.
Yeah, I think Japan is on mentioned it on our Tokyo Godfathers because
no homeless.
Because they all vacate to one area, I'm guessing, if I remember correctly. Enzo mentioned it. He's
I guess there must be like a slum area where they all go.
Yeah.
I saw one and it was in Shibuya and that was it. Nobody else. Crazy.
Yeah, but this is where we meet Max von Sydow's character as well. He's like Chief Justice guy. He is selling every fucking scene. He is really bringing his full A game onto here as well. And there's obviously the judge who's still trying to remain ordered the right moral way, even though they're basically tyrants as well. So he's like a moral tyrant, which is a very weird term. I don't think a moral tyrant exists. I mean,
it's weird. He understands that things are that way because they need to be, not because he wants them to be that way, I guess is the way I would put it.
Yeah, while Jürgen Prochnow character is willing just to go that extra length, and it also feeds into his affiliation with Rico later.
But another thing that changed retroactively.
Yeah, Max von Sydow is great in this.
Judge Fargo wasn't around the same time as Judge Dredd, and after this film came out, they made some stories retroactively to have them around at the same time, but they weren't around the same time.
I mean,
Judge Fargo was dead before Dredd was born.
Chief Judge all day long just because she's a woman.
Yeah, that's one of the few changes, and I don't always mind it when they change a little bit from the source material if it works for the movie. I know. I mean, Tim Burton's
artistic license. I mean, look at Jurassic Park.
Yeah.
Jurassic Park made so many changes to the dinosaurs, like loads of them. The Velociraptors are 2 times as big as they should be. The Dilophosaur is about 5 times smaller than it should be. But artistic license is a thing at the end of the day, and in Jurassic Park it worked. You know.
Yeah, I know. I mean, they've made changes to the Bond books, and they all worked. I mean, it just depends on the context and how it's executed. And
I'd pay to see Chris as Judge Dredd. Let's get him the helmet at least. Get him a 3D printed one.
The thing about adaptations that I think is that it doesn't really make any difference really if you're not entirely faithful to the source material, providing you actually have the essence of what the original source material is about.
Yeah.
You know, and I think who was it said that there was there's a difference between adaptation and truth. You know, and if you have a truthful adaptation, it doesn't mean to say that it actually has to be a completely faithful verbatim adaptation of something, provided you have the essence of what makes that property successful and loved by everybody.
I mean, at the end of the day, paper and screen are 2 completely different mediums.
Totally different
What
mediums.
works in
yeah,
one is
some
not
things
going to
translate
work in
well,
another.
and others don't.
I think they tried to squeeze too many member berries into this with the Angel Gang, with Fargo, with the characters, naming that character Fergie, having the ABC Warrior in it that was supposedly well. I mean, again, that was another one. After the film was made, they made a story implying that ABC Warrior was Hammerstein, which it clearly wasn't because it didn't have a hammer.
It wasn't.
Right?
Yeah, so trying to retroactively retcon.
Yeah.
Kind of like Star Wars has been recently.
Isn't this a conflation of like 3 or 4 stories? I think it's Block Wars and Return of Rico and The Day the Lord Died.
Yeah, because there was because that's where I first came to knowledge that he had this fucking robot assistant, and obviously Judge Dredd is framed for slaughtering a lot of people in that one, and it's not the reporters, is it? But and here they've changed it to this reporter here on screen, played by Mitchell Ryan. Great actor. I love him.
It's a big conspiracy thing, isn't it?
Yeah. And he's obviously the nosy reporter, the male Lois Lane, who was about to uncover the big story, the big conspiracy.
Reminds me of the guy out of Predator 2. Remember that guy? The one that what's the name? Jeanette. What's the name? Punches in the face.
Oh, fucking
Goldstein.
Let's watch it again.
No, that wasn't her. Who was that? Was that?
No, it's not Jeanette Goldstein. That's Vasquez, isn't it?
Maria Conchita Alonso. Was it her?
Yes, that's right. Yeah. Yeah, punches the dude in the face. The reporter guy.
Yeah. And here's the scene that pissed everybody off, where he's like, you don't take the helmet off. The law has no face. That's the whole point of his character.
I mean,
he's supposed to be
when he was
disfigured.
arrested and stuff, you could have done it then. Because I can understand that maybe he wouldn't, when he's like a shuttle or something, he wouldn't have his helmet on. That's fair enough. But to do it here,
shrouded in shadow, something like that. Found a way to obscure his face when he takes his helmet off, and it could have worked. I know you got a whole movie where he's got his helmet off because he's
It's like Captain America Brave New World, where every single time he goes to fight somebody, he takes his helmet off.
Hello.
So you can see Anthony Mackie's face, and it's fucking retarded. What the fuck are you doing?
I know his helmet is the suit. His helmet is like a second skin to him. It's like it's not second skin. It is his skin.
It is the law. Judge Dredd does not take his helmet off.
The law is his skin. The law is him. He is the law as human form, uncompromised.
Doesn't the character shower with his helmet on? Is he in the time of taking a shower wearing the helmet?
As you do.
Yeah, scrubbing his balls while he's got his helmet on. Yeah.
They're at the beach wearing his shorts and his helmet and nothing else.
Oh yeah, can you imagine BLC as Judge Dredd? All the extras were be played by Peter Dinklage.
But they'd be drunk.
It'd be like that scene from Spinal Tap with the dwarfs dancing around the Stonehenge.
Wizard of Oz.
Yeah. There was there was an 11-inch monument that was in danger of being crashed by a dwarf. I'm gonna have to do that film one day because I love
Yeah,
it.
man, you've got to do Spinal Tap.
I've been listening to Spinal Tap a little bit as well. Some of the other songs, oh god,
there's so much subtext that people miss in that film, like the fact that the Nigel and Davison Hubbins are having an affair, and that's why he's so
there's always because those rock stars are always in some kind of fucking bisexual orgies anyway, aren't they?
Exactly. Yeah, there's a lot of subtext in that film that people miss. Apparently, they're based on. I think somebody said they were based on the Who or something like that. Like really ridiculous.
Someone
One
saying
of my mates was in a band and he toured America, and he said the scene where they all get lost backstage is like totally real because some of the American venues are labyrinthine. And he said that happens to them. They got lost and ended up coming on stage about.
I forgot to. I realized at time period when you see Dredd take his helmet off and Stallone's wearing contacts.
It's got those big blue ones, don't it? Because it's supposed to be related to Max von Sydow's character, the Fargo character. So, and it is trying to establish that there's this little father and son bond between them, which, like you said, he was dead before Dredd was even born.
Yeah.
And I think, once again, Max von Sydow's doing real well, but Stallone is just really, really very wooden, and I don't know. I just don't buy it too much, but you can see they're trying a little bit here to do something.
I mean, the thing is, like Stallone being wooden would have worked because again, like Judge Dredd does not display emotion.
Yeah,
he just doesn't in that way. He is.
When you got a character that's supposed to be wooden, played by an actor who's wooden, but you're trying to make him human, it doesn't work.
No.
Just remember that everything that's good about this movie has nothing to do with Sylvester Stallone.
He's the worst thing in the film. He's the worst
everything that happens to be decent about this movie is nothing to do with him. Yeah. Everything that's bad about it has everything to do with him.
Oh yeah, because he had full control over it. Danny Cannon was pissed off about it. I mean, he
didn't even have final cut.
He pretty much swore working with Hollywood after this and films and stuff.
Didn't even have final cut. Wasn't even present during most of the edit.
And as David Lynch said, if you're not going to be able to make the film that you made into the film that you made, don't do it because it's a joke. It's a sick joke. And David Lynch regretted that for the rest of his life. June, I'm talking about. Sorry, he didn't have final cut in June.
By my lucky charms, your sentence is magically delicious. Very, very bad Irish accent. Okay, wasted BLC is 1'3". That's not a joke on his height. He's just crawling his trunk. So back to the slide. And he's obviously Max von Sydow's trying to talk about what happened today and that the deaths were unavoidable, and Dredd kind of lectures him like, well, you would know if you were out in the street and not with the academy. And you can sort of see it's looking like Dredd's going to be going to the academy as well to train some more recruits. And it's like, which is it, combat or, or artillery range? And it's like, no, ethics.
Yeah, you can imagine that was kind of on the level of like he's going to teach music. Is it country or Western?
Yeah, but once again, I don't know if this was models with some matte paintings, but it looks fucking good though. These are very good visuals, and
I do love the production. I don't know if there is a making of or an art concept book for Dredd, but that'd definitely be something that I'd consume. I guess I love art books.
Yeah, and I'll give credit. This prison does look like it's all hellhole. The metal's all rusted. Even with this high tech stuff, it looks like it's starting to wear down a little bit as well. And
for some reason, this reminds me of Fortress. Do you remember that Christopher Lambert film?
Yeah, I remember that. I've only seen the first half of it, but that was a very violent movie.
Yeah,
and they put him in this machine where he starts seeing these horrible visions of his aborted baby, and he's like clawing his own eyes out. It's like, oh Christ, man!
The bomb inside them, the gut busting bomb that they had to swallow.
Fortress was like a rip off of another 2000 AD story, wasn't it? Harry 20. Remember that one?
Well, you can see there's a lot of influence in 2000 AD into
2000 AD. I don't think it's enough credit, literally, for how much stuff it has influenced. Like literally, Warhammer 40,000 would not exist without 2000 AD. It literally just wouldn't exist. I don't know if it gets enough credit for being as influential as it actually is.
Boy,
yeah, I didn't know that. I didn't know that about Fortress, Melvin. I didn't know that. I mean, I've not taken the time to watch the movie.
Yeah, I remember reading Age Story, and I was like, "This is basically Fortress."
Yeah.
Now, security in this fortress is fucking shit. I mean, he actually goes into the cell with Rico, takes down the
Yes.
and
He's
practically
the most
hands him
dangerous
something
man
like
in the
he can escape
world.
with.
Like, literally in the world.
I know. I mean, you could have
Maybe
just put him in a
better
metal
job with
container
Magneto
with some
than this.
air
Fuck
holes and
me.
just slip the thing in, and that's it. That's it. Have the security cameras make sure the little
Yeah.
thing that has been given wasn't some kind of contraption to help him escape. You'd have been
Why
found.
would you give him anything?
I know this is so fucking
Boy.
dumb, but I do love Amanda Santi in this. He's obviously very fun. He's having fun in this
Dude,
movie.
he is chewing the fucking scenery.
Yeah.
He's covered in sweat.
Yeah, and he does look physically imposing as well. He looks like he hasn't bathed in days because the prison is such a shithole, and they're so careful with him. Apart from now, for some reason, and we're already getting little moments that establish, yeah, he's a fucking maniac, and he's very psychotic. And to be honest, he's at his best when he's when he's talking calm and he's just staring blankly at you. You know, and he looks very menacing, and I kind of like it. But
I wonder why is his first scene he's covered in sweat? It's kind of bothering me and also turning me on.
That bothers you also.
Yeah. He's in a cell by himself, where there's no gym equipment. He's covered in sweat. Like, what was he doing there?
He's probably having a good hard fap underneath the covers because there's fuck all else to do. Who knows?
Yeah, he's being monitored 24/7. So it's like they're watching him.
Yeah. So it turns out the little thing he's being handed is like the meaning of life, and like, what's that? To end it. Bang! Shoots the guy in the throat, and this is another stupid thing. Like the machine guns are voice activated, and he's like open fire. It's like, we don't recognize you, and they blow him to fucking Kingdom Come, but they don't kill fucking Rico for some reason. I don't know what. Now the whole voice recognition. Please correct me on this, but even if you're shot in the throat, I mean, would it still kind of recognize you? Because what if you go in there and you've got a bit of a cold and your throat isn't?
Well,
you would think it would have like some kind of facial recognition or something as well, right?
Have DNA sensors on the guns. You know what I mean?
That's probably the next software update.
Also to mention, I think maybe because the warden is on the gangplank on the way out, so the guns are like, oh, he's escaping, versus Asante, who's up there in his little bed area.
Yeah.
But Rico climbs up there in a minute and doesn't get shot.
Yeah, no, he just fucking gets the gun and guns him down, and the machine guns don't fucking gun him down. It's it's a very crazy escape. But
this cool stormtrooper looking armor here.
Alexa, you fucked up.
I know. But I do like the cutaway. He guns down the soldiers, and it cuts to Dredd shooting this this dummy with the shield on, and it's basically just being the usual. This is the weapon that you use, the lawgiver. You can do all sorts of cool shit with it. You can wipe your ass with it, blow your pick your teeth while also blowing some scumbag skull apart.
Dear God, man.
Yeah,
you've been practicing.
I'm just wondering if we can get Norman to just fucking redub the film. To be honest, maybe you can make it better.
Yeah, if you graduate, you'll get this.
Oh well, yeah. And obviously, the lawgiver gives out and he's like, "It's yours if you can get it to go."
Yep.
And then he starts giving this very sort of like very harsh. This exactly something that all judges have to do once to graduate. You know, they have to know that one day they're gonna have to walk the cast earth and then try and find lots of lawless. And it's like, that's not very good retirement plan. I mean, people work these jobs just so they can get a good fucking healthy pension to live off in old age. But yeah, that's like that's the emptiness of the law. And that's pretty shit. I would be like, you know what? I don't want to be a judge. I just want to be a fucking construction worker. At least the pension and benefits will be better. Who knows?
Well, judge isn't really a career, is it? You just take them as kids and they've got to give up everything. They don't get to see their family again or anything like that.
Yeah, because it's a very isolated. Oh, yeah, I kind of get that as well. And
it's kind of cultish almost.
Yeah.
It sounds like it's the Jedi Council just with a really cool handgun.
Yeah.
I know. But it leads Hershey as well to sort of question him why he is like this as well. And Stallone's like, listen, you're very good. You've only been on the streets of the year. You haven't let the isolation set in. And this is where we come to his tragic backstory where it's like, wait, don't you have a friend? It's like, I used to. It's like, What happened? I judged him.
He fell down
And
some
it was
stairs.
such like a cop thing to do,
Yeah.
like the whole locker
It's-
thing and that kind of stuff.
Just-
This wouldn't happen in Judge Dredd. You don't see
It
this
sounds
shit.
a bit
in the
gay,
comic.
didn't it? There, I had a friend. I judged him. It sounds
Yeah.
a bit gay. It sounds like
It
something.
really, yeah.
He wants
Not
to get it
Dredd,
off his chest
not
there,
Dredd.
but can't.
At this
I
point,
judged
in the film, I'm just like, yeah, this is beyond.
Yeah.
This is beyond saving.
Yeah, I judged him. He was watching Agatha Does It Again.
It's funny watching Stallone try and act in this moment.
Yeah, because he did manage to sort of like redeem himself with Copland, showing that he still could act, but here he's really sort of playing for the cameras a little bit more. He's going real full on hammy, doesn't he? Being very overtly dramatic.
It just feels like he's impersonating himself. You know, it feels like
it's
it's a bad
powder.
impersonation of himself.
Yeah.
And it's and strangely, the later C-3PO that Anthony Daniels does sounds like he's impersonating C-3PO. It doesn't sound like the original C-3PO in the original trilogy. You know, it sounds really fucking odd, and he sounds like he's impersonating Stallone.
Yeah, because that's a problem right here too. Because he says her, because the thing is for Dredd, it's like he's telling her like, you have friends, you have people interactions. He doesn't. The Dredd has nothing. He has no friends, no family. His whole life is 24/7. Like people said, the law. He's borderline Terminator. He has nothing. He doesn't watch movies. He doesn't go out to karaoke. He's the law 24. Even when he's sleeping, he's the law.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, you see, that's Dredd, but this Dredd here, particularly in that scene, he just comes across as emotionally damaged. He's not Judge Dredd at all.
Yeah,
He's not got any strength. He just seems like a bit pathetic.
Yeah.
Definitely. Yeah, because like you said, he was developed in the lab, and the movie touches on this, and he's built just to be the perfect fucking law enforcer. That's it.
Yeah.
He doesn't know anything else. He doesn't know how to be. He hasn't learned how to be human. All he learned is how to enforce the law.
I mean, was that scene supposed to make us think, "Oh, he's got
Yeah.
feelings"?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure it was. Yeah.
The Baba.
If this was another action film that was inspired by Judge Dredd in a way, it probably would have worked, but no, it's Judge Dredd.
He's like, I had a puppy once, and what happened? He shit on the floor. What happened? I judged him. I shot my dog. Oh, you fuck.
As I said, fundamental misunderstanding of the source material.
See, Arnold Schwarzenegger would have said, if he was Dredd, and they would have said, "What happened to your friend?" And he would have said, like, "I held him by the ankle and threw him off a mountain."
I let him go.
Yeah, that's
why I still think the most Judge Dredd moment to ever happen on screen is in the 2012 film, where Dredd just comes out and grabs that guy and just throws him over the edge.
Oh.
And he doesn't say a single fucking word. Yeah. There is not a word spoken. There's not a one-liner. He literally just gets that guy and chucks him over the edge. And that's it. I'm just like, that is the most Judge Dredd thing I've ever seen on screen.
Versus here, he'd throw him off and say, "You've been judged," or something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. It's just totally wrong. He's not a hero.
Yeah. Going back to what Trump Daddy said, let's get an executive order on a fucking sequel being made.
Gutted,
there's got to be some petitions out there that we need to get this fucking going.
It's all licensing issues, from what I understand, because they're meant to have done a TV series and then they're meant to be doing a sequel, and Carl Urban's fully on board for it, and The Boys is nearly finished.
They've got to hurry up because he's in his fucking 50s, for God's sake.
I mean, there's another thing as well. Carl Urban could keep on playing that until he's 70 because he doesn't take the helmet
off. Until he's 90!
Yeah, 90, 100. If he lives to 100, he can. They could CGI the chin if it starts to sag a bit, and and they can have stuntmen do the rough parts. He can keep on playing
Was it the marketing that kind of screwed up the Dredd 2012? I don't remember being like well promoted.
No, no one heard about it.
I swear the 3D in that film is the best 3D I have ever seen.
I will go with Al with that. We'll talk about that later. Yeah, that's
the slow.
I never got to sell that in 3D, but imagine seeing Lena Headey's face smashed against the pavement in 3D.
Oh, it's so good.
That must have been marvelously fucking fascinating to look at.
Sadly,
I'm not even a big Gore fan. I can be squeamish, but I can see why people probably would have marveled at seeing that in 3D.
Yeah,
it's there is a morbid fascination to see.
It was a hard 18 as well over here. It was
so sexy seeing her being brutally murdered.
3D was a good gimmick. It was interesting, and where it went wrong was, I mean, you had Avatar and Dredd and things where they done 3D was perfect. But
Mhm.
then you had so many cheap, shitty people trying to cash in on it
Yes.
that I
Oh
think they
yeah,
just destroyed the
everything was
market. The
fucking
amount of
3D
films
for
that were
some
supposed to be 3D that
Melvin's right.
They were
didn't
just
work.
converted post production, weren't they? They weren't actually filmed for it.
Yeah, I'll never forget, like, because I missed Captain America 1. I was in prison. So when they played Captain America 1 and 2 back to back in 3D, and I watched both films back to back in 3D, there wasn't a single shot in 3D.
Yeah.
Even though it was marketed, because how many shots in Captain America First Avenger are in 3D? Not a single fucking one. So why are they marketing it as being Captain
It was a
America and
big
Winter
thing.
Soldier in 3D? There's no shots.
Yeah, that
I
was.
can think of probably 3 films. I mean, the first time I saw Avatar, sorry to do that again, there's a scene where there's a log in the foreground, and I actually shifted in my seat to try and see over the log.
Yeah.
That's how good it was. I was like, they actually felt like it was actually there. One of the Transformers films had really good 3D with moving mechanical parts and Dredd. Other than that, I thought 3D was just a fad and complete crap.
You're right.
They're still doing the 3D gimmick, because I mean, these days it's like everything has to be 3D. I mean, even the McBain film where he stood against a brick wall that cost $80 million has to be in fucking 3D.
It's not it's toned down. It's there, but not as.
I don't remember the last 3D film.
Yeah.
I thought
Avatar 2,
like,
but aside from that, I can't think of any.
You know, because it used to be like it's 3D, so we can charge an extra £5 on the ticket or whatever. It wasn't, you know.
Exactly. Yeah.
Well, I mean, they were going to redo all the Star Wars films in 3D, and they started with Phantom Menace, and then they didn't do another one because it didn't catch on. No one was interested.
Yeah, no. So I went to.
Well, they started with the wrong film. They shouldn't have started with Phantom Menace.
I know. Do the originals. I mean, the original theatrical versions, not the fucking special edition versions.
But again, like I can't remember who said it now, but if you don't make the film for 3D and you just post convert it, it's not going to work. You need those shots that jump out at you. So yeah, I mean, some of the TIE Fighter stuff could have looked all right in 3D, but I don't think it would have worked that well, to be honest.
Yeah, but it took a lot of work. It wouldn't have been an easy job. It would have took like a proper film budget to actually get it done.
Okay, so Rico's finally escaped in a body bag for some fucking reason, and he's blasted this guy, and now he's on the streets. He's apparently looking for a place, and like I said, this is very Blade Runner-ish, and I do like this look. And we saw from the contraption he had the target, and that's the reporter. But he has to go to this place as well, this little pawn shop called Geiger's Bazaar, and it's full of all these antique weapons. And
the jury.
Yeah, my name is Lazarus. I'm your contact. It's like, all right then, let's go get your stuff then, geezer. And he's like he proper seems like an old pawn shop owner from the 80s, who was just this very grubby little guy with a nicotine habit, everything, you know, just.
He was a big 2000 AD fan as well, wasn't he?
Oh, was he?
Right.
Okay, that makes sense.
Oh man, yeah, and
I didn't know that actually.
I know he's making the most of his small little.
Oh, he's having a laugh.
I like him.
Yeah, he was great. I loved him.
And this is another plot hole as well. His ABCs are non-functioning, but you see later all he does is connect 2 wires and it's back again. It's like, what?
Yeah, that was mad.
What?
There's a fair few convenances in this film. Let's just put it that way.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, just made a couple of sparks on his head and it works again. It's okay.
Why is it?
I like the
so
style.
Non-functioning means something that cannot be functioning again. It's kind of like a
taking the firing pin out.
Yeah, exactly. But he warns him about this lawmaker that's being handed in, and he's like, "Don't touch that! I'll take your bleeding end off." And he pulls out the gun, and he's like, "So only a judge can touch that." And he's like, "Ooh, look at that! I must be a judge."
Hey, there's Lancey.
Yeah, it's Lance. Oh yeah, let me get the screenshots down.
But it should be the actual judge that it's issued to, though, right? It shouldn't be any judge.
Yeah.
It should be the judge that it's issued to.
Yeah. We mentioned this, Lance. You was apparently against your will. You got kidnapped, and they forced you into it. Who knows? So yeah, and it's revealed that he does have judge DNA, and I would have liked it better if he didn't say, "Whoa, look at that! I must be a judge." He should have probably just aimed the gun at him and said, "Oh, look at that!" Then blew his head off, and you're wondering, "Oh shit, he can take a judge's gun and not get killed by it." It's the mystery thickens, and it would have been a good introduction for people who didn't read the comics. But then again, did you say that Pat Mills created the character Rico for the movie, or was he already in the comics?
Oh, he was in the comics.
Oh no, he was in the comics long before this.
Ah, right, okay, right. So yeah, So yeah,
Inside Man.
Yeah, so he conveniently reprograms the ABC robot, and I forgot he's got a name as well, and I forgot the name. It escapes me. So anyone, please tell me what the name is of this robot. So
it's based on Hammerstein from the ABC Warriors. It's an ABC Warrior.
Yeah,
that's what kind of robot it is. Yeah.
Yeah, and apparently this one was actually a well-liked character in the comics. I think you mentioned this earlier about him, but he still looks good as well. I mean, it was originally supposed to be a guy in a suit, but they thought, no, let's actually have an animatronic, a puppet, because you can see all the parts moving, all the hydraulics, the wires, everything, the circuitry.
And again, production value-wise, I thought this looked great when I was at the cinema.
Yeah, he looks
man, this is awesome.
There's something about the big square jaw and the red eyes. It's so imposing.
Also, it's all practical.
I know exactly.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
It's right there.
Hey, look, I checked the mail. Someone's in the chat. Like, this just came in. Look, Amazon right here. This just came in. So.
Oh, hey, that's on the book.
So, yeah, I heard about a book. This came in. So.
It's a good book.
Yeah. There we go, Lance. So
I've just been reading little bits of it. I did give a little review as well because that's what it is. It's like a book you can put down and pick up again and not read in order, which is always nice as well.
Yeah, that's perfect when you're drunk all the time.
Yeah. Probably the intro's by some jerk named Will Jordan. I don't know, some asshole like that. Wrote something for him.
Yeah.
I'll take a picture.
Before we go past this
scene, you can read a few at a time. It's awesome.
Oh, yeah.
This design of the robot reminds me of. Do you remember that in Return of the Jedi? You've got the droid that's stamping, torturing the guy's feet. Reminds me of that on steroids.
Oh fucking hell!
I had a strange question about this scene before we move forward. Educate me. He's or maybe I misread or misunderstood. He activates the robot. And then he looks down and grabs a cigar really quick and puffs a few puffs. Like, was he trying to pretend to be the owner of the shop, or I'm just misreading how that played out really weird?
I just saw it as he just decided to nick his fucking cigar because he could.
Okay.
It was a nice touch.
Trying to be edgy.
I thought like he's blowing smoke in the robot's eye so he wouldn't. I don't know. I was thinking way too much about one little thing, but like what his mannerisms when he grabbed the cigar was just odd.
Yeah,
it was a strange scene because I mean, there was nothing to suggest that Riku actually smoked. There was a judge. He would have been raised, since he was cloned at 5 years old into adulthood, living a clean life and eating properly, and not being a drinker and not being a smoker, and suddenly he likes cigars.
Stop judging people. God.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Lord Toxic has a book out as well, and Lance, and just put the links of both your books in the chat anyway. And
there you go. And Porty Gold Slug, the gold flakes in the bottom.
I remember that from when I was young.
This film is killing me.
Inside Man, are you there? Oh,
unless he's got mic problems and there's a lag sometimes. There's a lag there.
Maybe.
Yeah, but
I'm not entirely sure that Inside Man's not actually on the moon or something.
This robot is, but I was 14 years old. This robot is cool looking though.
Yeah, I cannot level a single complaint at the production design for this film. I think it looks
good.
It's definitely practical.
The concept, it looks great. Not quite like 2000 AD, but what I would expect an adaptation of that comic material to look like on the big screen.
Yeah.
So good. A bit less colorful, maybe.
It's definitely practical mixed with CG because obviously I doubt a bot that size, even practical build, couldn't move like that. But it's very, very well done.
And there's a lot of compositing.
It was operated by a few different people.
Yeah,
like I had 3 people or something moving it around.
And again, so 1995, better CGI than She-Hulk.
Yes, fucking oh god. Moving on. So yeah,
if you're interested in reading the ABC Warrior stories, are pretty good as well.
Yeah, I'll have a look because there are some websites where you can read them for free. I mean, physical copies are better, but if you're a bit short for cash and you want to read them soon, either a library or go to some free comics websites.
There's loads of free comic websites online. I won't say any on this stream, but there's loads. I know.
I don't want to say.
Also, all this stuff is on torrents if you know how to use torrents. To be honest, as you say, physical copies are so much better. But
yeah.
people have limited space and limited money at the end of the day.
I know. So this is where Mitchell Lyons, a reporter, has uncovered something about the judges, and which we will later find out is the Janus operations, the Janus cloning facilities, shit like that. This big conspiracy, and yeah, he knows we kind of get a little insight into what a reporter he is. Yeah, he does want to do the right thing as well, and he knows the story's not going to be taken seriously by his boss. But then fake Judge Dredd comes in, and obviously it's Rico, and he just guns him down, and you kind of wondering, okay, where did he get the fucking Judge Dredd get up? Did the guy who we meet with already have a duplicate just in case? Because like this was planned ahead, obviously.
I think there was some stuff in the crate. I don't know if the whole get up was in there though. Do you see the latest comment from Lance?
Yeah, let's have a look. Yeah, so because I've got the screenshots up, so let's have a look.
He wants in.
Yeah. Which one? Sorry.
Lance.
Oh yeah,
he
yeah.
wants in.
Yeah, Lance is in. Yeah, send me the link and I'll come on. Yeah. Okay. Give me a second. I'll send you the link. Will be a second. Okay, just copying it now, and should be sending it now to Lance. Here we go. Sent it. So it should be on now. Okay, I just need to scroll the bottom down here a little bit so I can find him. And so yeah, now we come to the scene where this guy's just been practically causing repeated offences with his vehicles, like DUIs, everything. He's just a big rich asshole who's connected, and Hess is trying to deal with it, but then Judge Dredd fucking comes over and is like, have you got a problem? It's like nothing I can't handle. So he obviously knows who Dredd is as well. So he's like, okay, I'm willing to buy my way out of this. Just tell me what I have to pay. And he's like, yeah, I'm not going to accept the fucking rap. Sod that. And he's like, what, you towing me? And it's like, no, that's a third offense. Your fourth offense. And he just blows the bastard up. He gets a grenade launcher in his
Look at his face.
Pretty sure we get another. I knew you'd say that here as well.
You see his face?
So what's the running time count on where we are right now?
Judge Dredd has just blown up this guy's
what's the running
automobile.
time? How many minutes?
I reckon we're around
How many
about
minutes are we
half an hour
in? So half an hour in, and
Yeah, it's
we
half
still
an hour
haven't, and we still haven't really got to the story.
Yeah, half an hour. Yeah, I mean, we've only just starting to get to a story now where he's framed for the murder, and I don't like that line. He says, "Happy murdering." So it's obviously Stallone doing his own Stallone shtick. So
law.
Yeah, I mean, this is where
he really starts to go
2012.
down as well.
I mean, this is all the 2012 version. I mean, we got into it pretty quick.
Mm-hmm.
We got into the story pretty quick, and that's the difference between this, not just the 2012 Dredd. That's the difference between this and the comic books, because the comic books get us into the stories really, really quick.
I mean, the comic books are all really quite short, because 2000 AD was not all Judge Dredd all the way through. You had lots of different strips in it.
There's just too much trying to set the character up. Let's show who the character is. Let's show the world. Let's try and show everybody how things work in this world first. Treat everybody like they're complete ignoramuses. Before we actually get into the story. So I don't know. It's a kind of a bit of a patronizing movie to watch, I think. I think for anybody who knows the stories,
so far the plot is
character.
Yeah, so far the plot, he's been set up. That's a plot.
Yeah,
he's been framed for murder. All right.
Well, I mean, just look at the 2012 film is practically like a bottle episode of a TV show.
Yes,
it all takes place in that one building. There is one objective in the film. It's very, very concise and focused. The 2012 film.
And I think to many people would say, Alec, that's also sometimes the simplicity of it. It's so simple and it works. It doesn't have to be. Dredd is not a complicated character. He doesn't fucking have to be.
It's not complicated. Even from what I read, they're very simple. They're just
the stories are not particularly complicated. I mean,
Yeah.
obviously, the world building, all that stuff happens over a lot of different stories.
Yeah.
They don't have that here. They don't have the
Yeah.
chance.
That's
Which is
why
why I thought Mega City 1 would be such a great idea, because it would be TV shows. You could have that episodic kind of, when they're called programs, the Judge Dredd. So the 2000 AD magazine or comic, what you want to call it, it's called programs.
I mean, I've got to be honest with you. I think you know, they have had an opportunity to set the world up, to set the character up. They've had 30 minutes of a movie, so they've had their chance really. And all it's really been, the overwhelming majority of what this movie has been so far is setting the character up and showing how cool Dredd is, and you know how nifty his gun is, and you know how
I'm trying to make us empathise with him.
He's a likable guy. He's a blue collar worker.
That's it. There's no mystery to this Dredd. There's no mystery to him. But and then we get this other scene as well where Fargo's doing the whole father and son bonding thing, and is like, you know, I didn't do it. It's like, I just need to look into your big blue eyes. It's like, no, we don't want to look into his big blue eyes. We want to see that visor. We want to look into that big black visor with the red crosses across it.
Gay!
Son, look at your eyes. You're definitely not wearing contacts.
And that's a perfect.
He looks fucking stoned there, though.
Dude, that needs to be the thumbnail for sure.
Yeah. But now he wants Hershey to defend him because she was the top of the class in interpretational law, and he trusts her.
She was.
Plus she's hot too.
You got to wonder why a judge would need a lawyer, right?
I know they're kind of already trained, aren't they, in this sort of thing?
Well, I mean, he doesn't need a witness, to be fair, I guess.
Yeah. Plus, she is trained probably more into interpretational law more than he is, and who knows? 4 eyes are better than 2. Who knows? Damn. Once again, that big structure again is so badass, and then we're at the tribunal now, and she does a good job sort of saying, but the video footage isn't very good, even though this is the future and HD has been invented fucking centuries ago.
Well, the biggest thing is because remember, because judges, you don't see their face, and anybody, which they're not wrong, anybody could have a faux judge's outfit because you don't see his face.
You would think they would have some kind of GPS device on them to actually show where they are.
Yep.
Say, look, I wasn't there, I was here. But I mean, you know, if there's cameras everywhere, you would think there would be cameras showing him where he actually was as well.
I was going to say the same thing.
Here's different footage. I was there.
Yeah, because it's a very totalitarian
the microchips, and like, he was like on his couch, like no chance of them tracking him back there.
Yeah, there'd be cameras outside his house, right? Like, or his apartment. You know, there'd be a camera outside there.
Right.
You would have seen him going in and not coming out. They would know he would have to be there.
Yeah, plus he have an alibi that says that he was in this place when that happened, though, because Judge Dredd is a guy that pretty much goes around the streets, doesn't he? He's a guy that never really fully stops.
Mm-hmm. It's stupid Hollywood bullshit.
Yeah, like you said, it's a very one is a very totalitarian city, and the judges
there's not meant to be any fucking lawyers.
Yeah, so there would be cameras, wouldn't they? There'd be fucking cameras everywhere.
There is no debating the law. The law is the law, and the judges enact it. That is it. That is the entire law system in Mega City 1, or in this universe.
The rating here is on the same level as a 1980s straight to VHS action movie. That's what this is.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Had it been 10 years earlier, this would have been acceptable. If it wasn't Judge Dredd, if it was just an action movie that they didn't put on the big screen, that just went to VHS, this would have been a perfectly acceptable film as that, but not as a Judge Dredd film.
Yeah. Right. Even if it was just a film inspired by Judge Dredd, you still have the totalitarian law enforcers in a way with some fancy suits in a futuristic city, but it wasn't Judge Dredd. It would have worked.
There's no shortage of stuff that 2000 AD is inspired. So you can do that. No problem.
I would have bought that. I would have bought it. And but this is where we get the kicker, where the prosecution finds out there's this little hidden. There's this little secret in the lawmakers that actually do take DNA samples off them every time a fire is shot that they did not know about, and that's what kind of clinches it for him. That one kind of confirms his guilt, and it's like, No, I didn't break the law. I am the law.
Yeah.
And
I mean,
obviously
that was the moment where I think you really do need subtitles. You look at
Yeah.
Brad,
Yes.
It's about the law.
you
You
need
need
subs on that.
I remember the Nostalgia Critic episode
Grunt.
where he just each time he says it, he just evolves it more and more and more.
Yeah.
It's like the South Park they took out Rob's thing.
That's what's exact lines. It's impossible. I never broke the law. I am the law, but with
Yeah,
stolen.
and that's your trailer shot right there. That's your trailer shot. That's your big money maker shot for the trailer. And it's a cool line. I actually do like that line. I did not break the law. I am the law. And he breaks as well. And no,
It sounds like Dr. Fauci, doesn't he? I am the science.
Yeah. And I really hate seeing Judge Dredd going, "This is, you have to believe me." And it's we don't want to see Judge Dredd fall down emotionally here. He's that's not his character.
No.
And this isn't even what happened in the comics when he's framed.
Believe me. I love you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and this is where Griffin sort of works his claws into Fargo here. He's, I've given Lance the fucking link, and where is he? Is he
he said he's got minutes. He's got some stuff he's doing.
Yeah, he's got his.
Yeah.
Well, he can't go to Raven come on here at the same
bad
time.
guy in the comics as well, wasn't he, Melvin?
Sorry?
Griffin was a bad guy in the comics as well, wasn't he?
Yeah.
I don't think he was. I don't know. I don't remember.
I'm sure there's a storyline where he gets disgraced.
I'm trying to get as drunk as Russ was on that Super Chat ketchup on Cobra Kai.
I remember Griffin was the chief judge for quite a while. I don't remember how it ended for him.
He was. I'm pretty sure he got disgraced because then he got replaced by Magruder, didn't he?
Mm-hmm.
I'm trying to think.
Yeah. So Dark Hour's on trying to figure out where.
I'm trying to remember. Was Griffin before a Caligula? The Caligula story. I can't remember.
Oh, I don't.
I'll have to go back and check. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I'd have to. Yeah. The problem was I didn't read the case files in order.
Okay, before you guys get all your facts wrong, Judge Griffin was not a bad guy. Judge Griffin.
What?
What?
I think his mic's cutting out.
What?
Well, he said he wasn't a bad guy in the comics. He was.
He had to take the long walk in the cursed earth because he failed to protect the city, but he wasn't a corrupted judge.
No, but he was
the judge you're thinking about is the one who goes crazy, and there's a whole storyline about him. I've read every single issue of 2000 AD from 1 until about 700. And I'm a kid that bought issue 1. So I was very invested in this film being a good movie when it came out. Anyway,
so how did you feel when they said, "Do you want to be an extra?" You must have been fucking stoked.
No, that's not what happened. No, that's not what happened. I was visiting Alan Marks, who was the head of the Magic Camera Company, about an unrelated matter, and he said to me, "Do you want to go and have a look at the set for Judge Dredd?" And I was like, "Fuck yeah, that sounds good." So we wandered down and had a look at the set, which was, they were on lunch at the time. I've got a picture of the set, by the way, for you, so you can have a quick look at it. And and then we went to the pub and we got pissed. And then on the way back from the pub, this woman, I was a goth at the time, so I had really long black hair down to my waist. Really hard to imagine for you guys, I know. And I had this massive long black Blade Runner-esque kind of trench coat and boots, and it had all these studs that went kind of round the flap at the back. I'd kind of personalized it with all these studs to make it look different. And this woman came running up to me and said, "Where are you going?" as I was heading towards the exit. And I went, "Oh, I'm not sure, I've got lost." And she said, "The set's this way." And I ended up on the set as an extra. Because I just went along with it because she thought I was an extra that had got lost because a load of them fucked off to try and get into the pub, because there's a pub in the middle of Shepperton Film Studios. In fact, I think the pub is probably in this photograph somewhere towards the bottom left. So so I ended up as an extra on it for a day, unpaid. Just thought, well, this is a laugh, and I was there until the following morning because it was a night shoot.
Oh, okay. It's actually that scene from Jay and Silent Bob Strike Back.
I don't know if anybody collects Total Film, but when they did an article on Judge Dredd, they put a couple of stills up, and I'm in one of the stills, and I'm standing
cool.
under a neon sign that says "sex food store."
Okay, so you're in like one of the city scenes then?
Yeah, basically, it was a big city scene that they shot that night. It was like loads of extras. There were loads. It was all these punks and goths, and
Okay.
they'd gone up to Camden and like
film on the
handed out
background to try and
flyers.
find you. That's not happening at all.
What's that?
I'm absolutely not putting the film on in the background to try and find you. No, sir.
Okay. I mean, I've
long hair, long black hair, yeah?
Really long black hair, very long black hair, down to my waist. I've never been able to see myself in the movie, but there is a still that exists of me on set that Total Film had in their magazine. And when I saw it, I nearly had a fucking heart attack.
You got it?
But I've got the issue, but God knows where it is. So that set is absolutely massive, as the inside man will tell you. And you can see the Halls of Justice is right at the far end here.
Oh, yeah, okay.
And when you were standing at this end of it, it so dominated the skyline, the way that they built it. They designed it so that you couldn't really see the sky from the ground. There was always like an extra billboard or something that was blocking your view. And there were all these different kind of little shops built into the side. And I think I heard the inside man earlier say the production design on this was first rate, and he's absolutely correct. And you'd have these people that would just before shooting would come and dress the set with all this extra detail, and there was like a car unit that was moving cars through. So
I was one of those people.
What, doing the car?
Redressing, so getting everything ready for the set. So signage and
see, proof that I was there. Our stories align. So and I mean, it was I was only there for a day, whereas Inside Man did a prison sentence on it. But it was fun to blag my way on there for a day and fuck about for a day with a load of people. And there was I think they did an explosion the day I was there, so that was quite fun. But it was like very far away from us.
Okay, so that'd be where the car goes up.
I couldn't tell you. Because I've never been able to work out what it was, because from where I was, I couldn't really tell what shot it was. Right. We were, as I said, we were quite far away from it, but we had to react to it. So there was about like 4 camera units the day I was there, with like 4 different camera operators.
And remember that there is stuff that's that didn't make it into the movie.
There's loads,
tons and tons of stuff.
The original ending for the film is completely different, and there are, if you look really hard, you can find some of that footage, because if you watch the ending when all the replicant guys, the clones, start getting out of the casings and stuff, that whole sequence, if you watch it, doesn't make sense. And the reason it doesn't make sense is Stallone did this whole sequence where he massacres them all, and there's loads of squibs in the bodies and they all get shot and things like that.
Okay.
And then, some of them get set on fire and all this kind of stuff. All of that was cut out because they, when they were filming the movie, they couldn't decide what they wanted it to be. Everybody wanted it to be as violent as RoboCop, but the producers didn't want it to get an 18 certificate. It would have been better if it had, actually. And Stallone thought the film was a comedy, whereas actually he needed to play the character completely straight. He was given a load of the comics to read, but he only spent about like 3 minutes reading the comics. Because the problem was this film was made at the height of his ego.
Yeah, that's what I said.
And
when
sure
it's basically a parody of himself at this point.
Well, I'm sure if you chatted to him about it now and talked to him about the way that he behaved on the set and what he put Danny Cannon through and all that, not just him, the producers really, but were the main problem. It would not be his finest hour. And
I was reading an interview from 2008 with Stallone, and he said that he was unhappy with Dredd because he thought it should have been more of a comedy. That's what he was saying still in 2008. It's like he didn't learn a thing.
I mean, it could have been a comedy if they played it more straight, and actually he should have just left it alone, and he exerted too much influence over the production at that point. He thought he knew best about everything, and it was like a runaway train. Cannon lost complete control of it, and it's a shame. I think they would have been a lot better off casting an unknown as Dredd.
That's the point. You want the mystery, don't you? Yeah, because he's the big star, and studios didn't want the big star having him throughout the whole film without his face being shown. You know, the big star has
cast an unknown as Dredd. Have Stallone as the villain. You know,
that would have been great. Yeah.
I mean, I think Dredd's not a hero. He's not a larger than life. You know, he is just the embodiment of the law. That's what he's meant to be.
I do think that what they've done by allowing Stallone to take the reins on this is really suppress the talents of a very, very gifted young director.
Yeah,
who we would have seen some amazing work from.
I've not actually. The director doesn't really ring a bell. What other films has he done? I might have seen.
Danny Cannon is responsible for producing and starting the entire CSI franchise, so he's done okay.
Oh wow!
Yeah, he's a billionaire now, so he's doing all right now. But
I'm glad he made all right after this. Then
for a long time after Dredd, he was blacklisted. He couldn't get any fucking work, and he went into television, and then he realised there wasn't like a crime investigation show. Because I think he might have done a guest director spot on Law and Order or something like that, and he sat down with a couple of other producers and they came up with CSI, and they shot the pilot for CSI, and the rest is history. You know, if you look on all the CSI spin-offs, Danny Cannon is either a producer or an executive producer.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Shishing. Happy days.
Yeah, this was also the last time Stallone was offered. Was allowed any creative control on anything ever again, wasn't it? Do you think that might have humbled him a little bit more? Because
no, I don't think. I don't think
he's only got humbled in the last 10 years. I think.
Yeah.
I think that the only reason he gets humbled is when he realizes that his days are actually numbered, that his knees are going, his hips are going. Yeah. You know, his hair's thinning, and his eyesight's going a little bit.
I mean, it's kind of still struggling for relevancy, isn't he? Isn't he supposed to be part of this new Trump Hollywood?
I don't know.
Yeah, so many rumors.
Hey, I just realised Critter's on here. Wicked.
His career took a huge nosedive after this, didn't it? He made a couple of half decent films, and then
he did Copland, which I thought was good, but they did like the Get Carter remake. He did Detox, which was films like that just did not do well.
Copland was his comeback, and that
Avenging Angelo. God,
that was quite a few
award for Copland.
Copland was like a small independent film, and he had to take scale to do that. If I remember the story rightly, they couldn't afford him, and he agreed to do the role for very little money, and that was the role where everybody said, "Hey, actually, you know, he can act." Before
James
this
Mangold film.
Between the two, he did two films that bombed. He did Assassins and he did Daylight. Both of them were massive.
I thought it was a cool movie.
The first 20 minutes of Daylight are good. Then they don't know what to do with it. They set it up brilliantly, and then it's like, okay, these people are trapped in the tunnel. What do we do with them? And they come up with one crappy idea after another. But yeah, Copland was an independent movie that a lot of big name actors signed on for not a lot of money. And then after Copland, he did a whole load of turkeys in a row, including Get Carter, The Good Life, Burn Hollywood Burn.
It is saying that Stallone reportedly the budget for Copland, the entire budget was $15 million, and supposedly he got paid $50,000 for Copland.
Yeah. He did it for scale. I heard he did it for scale, so he would have been on whatever the minimum daily rate is for an actor in New York. That would have been.
Is that what scale means then? Basically, it's minimum pay.
Yeah, scale is like $700 a day or whatever the minimum scale is. It wouldn't even have been that high probably. So I think he probably did it for scale plus 20 grand or something, you know.
His next hit was Rocky Balboa, I think, 2006.
Yeah, so that's it. Yeah, he had a big
run. That was his comeback because he still had it, and it was, and he could do something with some passion again, and not just for his own ego.
I mean, who remembers Avenging Angelo from 2002, where he played Frankie Delano? What a great film!
I've only just remembered it once you mentioned it. I remember.
No one knows that film, man. No one's seen it.
Yeah, he did a lot of forgettable straight-to-DVD stuff back in the early 2000s. And yeah, he did Spy Kids 3D, but yeah.
Classic.
I think.
Going back to what you were saying about Judge Griffin, I mean, he was not a bad guy here. I'm from the look of the pictures.
I've just been reading it did go bad, and eventually he got kidnapped by the Ruskies and they brainwashed him, whatever. And Judge Dredd kills him in the end.
Yeah,
they briefly brainwash him, and right before he's supposed to say what they wanted him to say, he actually comes out and says, "No, I've been brainwashed." That's during the Apocalypse War, and Judge Dredd, who's in disguise, I've got these issues. They're in the shed. Bursts out of his Russian bodyguard uniform and says, "I agree, Judge Griffin, you have betrayed your people. The sentence is death." And he kills him live on television on what's supposed to be a Soviet propaganda broadcast. But he only goes bad because the Russians use this kind of psionic machine to fry his brain.
Right, okay.
But because Dredd confronts him on the live broadcast dressed as a Russian soldier, he enables him to break that psionic madness, and suddenly he becomes himself, and he fesses up and says, "Oh my God, yeah, what I've done is completely wrong. I've betrayed the entire people of Mega City 1. I agree, Judge. The sentence is death." Boom, and he kills him.
So Luke, you have to buy the sharing screen too.
But he's technically never a bad guy. He's kidnapped and brainwashed, which isn't quite the same thing.
They made him watch CNN until he flipped.
There you go.
So I'm still looking for Ryan. I'm probably not going to find him. There's loads of extras in this film.
Because I think he does look cool in the comics. He's got the eye patch, he's got that cool cape, and looks like we won't get that storyline in if this did have a sequel, we would not get that storyline because he's already killed. And in here, he's already a dick. He's already this very fucking tyrannical guy who thinks we should make the law harsher. We should make the law even more meaner and ruthless. And
I mean, this whole conspiracy thing was another element. I just don't know if it was needed.
I mean, the story for this film is just, I've got to say, it's just wank, basically. It's all over the place. They're trying to include too many things.
Yeah,
they're trying to include a bit of
it's
the
like Batman versus Superman, isn't it? Where they try and put too many.
Well, I'm not sure it's
too many things in one.
I'm not sure it's that bad, but yeah, it's.
Well, I don't know.
It's a mess. It's a mess. It's got the great things about this film are the production design and some of the cast.
Yeah, the cast is brilliant. Sido, Diane Lane. I mean, even Amanda Sante is fucking fun, even though it's basically there just to be the dastardly villain who's. But now we've got here
Diane Lane as Hershey. Really good casting. They could have cast Pamela Anderson as the blonde one, the psionic.
Oh, Anderson.
Yeah, they could have cast Pamela Anderson as Judge Anderson. She would have been.
Oh
perfect, especially as she can actually act. She just
apparently so. She would have been making barbed wire around about this time though, so she wouldn't have been.
Barbed wire was around this time, but I mean,
we need to stream on that. We don't.
Like the previous scene, Max von Sydow with the long walk. Max von Sydow, he's acting his ass
off.
Oh yeah, I mean, he's trying. He really is.
I care for Max von Sydow. I actually feel bad that he has to do the long walk in order to save Dredd's life from a death sentence. It's
cool.
It's one situation where you have a good actor. He's trying his ass off in a B movie.
Yeah, Max von Sydow. I don't think Max von Sydow has ever put in a fucking bad performance, no matter what shit he was put in.
No, he was good in.
That's what we talked about Luke last time.
Even in Force Awakens, is probably the best thing in it.
We said with Lance's Gene Hackman stream. Gene Hackman, despite a terrible film, he never phoned it in.
No,
no, he was
well shot.
It's a solid actor.
Yeah, and it's well shot. The production is good. The score is very emotional. And damn, if only that was in a better fucking movie.
The problem with this film is there were too many cooks. You know, what you needed was one writer with a very specific. Because Stephen D'Souza, who wrote the majority of the screenplay or did the rewrites, I think. He wrote Die Hard. You know.
Yeah, Stephen D'Souza, and I think he got some blame for it, even though he was trying his best with.
But no one on the production could agree. So I mean, it was a screenwriter's nightmare. Incidentally, the prisoner that recognizes Dredd on the plane and tries to kill him right near the beginning, or is that coming up? I forget.
Yeah, it's later when he's being
later.
Sentenced.
that's the actor Huggy Lever, who was in Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. I've directed him twice on stage.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, and we met just after he did Dredd, and he was telling me that you don't realise how much of Stallone's face is paralysed until, you know, you're up close and you're working with him and you realise how limited his facial movements are, which is why his voice is the way it is.
That's why he's like he is. What happened to him? Do you know?
I think he was born with it, wasn't he?
I think it's a birth thing.
Oh, right. Okay.
His mother tells the story that when he was being born, they put a clamp on his head to pull him out. But I'm not sure I believe that. It sounds a bit.
Well, I mean, whatever the case, that he is partly paralyzed in his face. You know,
that was a story I always heard too. It's because like basically he got stuck and like doctors had to clamp his face. Yeah. Exactly. Because the way they clamped his face, it caused permanent nerve damage. So I guess he can't feel that side of his face.
Oh wow! Never actually. Yeah, had no idea.
He's all down one side of his face. He's basically has no feeling, etc. So when you take that into account and you think about what he's achieved, it is kind of fucking incredible. So I wouldn't I wouldn't take anything away from the guy.
His fucking dog and everything to get and sell his shit that he wrote just to become a success. I mean, he did work hard for what he was doing. I mean, he was always right.
Well, I mean, if you take the first Rocky film, the first Rocky film, that wasn't written by a man that's stupid by any means. The problem is, like people said, after his massive success, I don't care who you are. If someone's given a lottery ticket and $100 million, your ego does hit a certain point and still need his ego to be in check. But like he wrote every single Rocky film. That's writing. Lance knows this. Writing a script for a movie in 28 days. That's not easy.
Yeah, well, it can be done, but it's high pressure. The DOP on this as well was Adrian Biddle. So Adrian Biddle shot Aliens. And his son Alfie Biddle was my DOP when we were doing the Pegasus prep, and he shot the Pegasus Bridge trailer for me. So I got to hear all the stories about Judge Dredd and what a fucking nightmare it was from Alfie.
Adrian was definitely one of the top DOPs. I mean,
he does a good job here.
Yeah, as I say, looks-wise, I think the film pretty much nails it. Because, I mean, like 2000 AD, you would never get a direct translation from the colours that are used in those comics or film. It would look like something by fucking Horror House's Dune that it was kind of do Technicolor everywhere, you know. So I think this is a decent compromise. Sorry, I'm still looking for Lance. But,
and the production designer on this
brilliant
came off music videos. This was his first...
Nigel Phelps.
Yeah, Nigel Phelps. This was his first big movie. And then right after this, he would do Alien Resurrection.
Okay.
I mean, the sets on Alien Resurrection are fine.
Again, the best thing in the movie.
Yeah, he would also do Pearl Harbor, and some of the production design on Pearl Harbor was great. Over the top red lipstick in every fucking shot, maybe not so. But
I have to confess, I've never seen Pearl Harbor.
It's bad.
I don't feel like it was so long. I'd probably watch
20 people. I took 20 people to see it on the opening night, thinking it was going to be good. Boy, did I regret that decision. A lot of safe face. He also did The Island with Ewan McGregor, which
we were talking about this.
We were the other day.
I didn't hate that movie.
And more recently, he did Life, which was a great film, and he did Thor: Love and Thunder.
Right, so, Life is the one with Ryan Reynolds and
with the alien gloop, in the ship.
The black gloop thing.
Not the one with Eddie Murphy then. What's his name? Eddie Murphy and Martin Lawrence, was it?
I've got the Blu-ray of it on the shelf right behind me.
But you know this scene here as well. This seems very convenient. She's got this fucking hacker.
Ryan Reynolds, Jake Gyllenhaal, Rebecca Ferguson in Life.
Gyllenhaal, yeah. Not Gosling. I get those two mixed up.
Yeah, we need to get cracking because we're going to be here at 2 a.m.
Yeah.
Welcome.
I'll be quiet now. I just wanted to add some stories.
Thanks. No, it's come on here, man.
You guys had some context. But I know my Judge Dredd lore really well, so I'll be here
It's good
bring
to
the
have
hammer
experts
down.
on here because I've only really read a few of the stories, and that's it. And it's not even the graphic novels; it's just more like little strips of what I could catch. And
Yeah,
you need to get some of the graphic novel volumes, man. Get Judge Death.
Yeah, the case files, the case Death, all that stuff.
Judge
as well.
Dead. Get the Block War and the Apocalypse War, and
yeah, I'll have a look at them. I'll have a look at them.
That's the TV series we're all waiting to see.
Yeah, that was my question. One of the best runs of the comic, and you just threw out some titles, so I appreciate that.
Yeah, I mean, the Apocalypse War is like it was like reading the best action film in a comic you had ever read, with all the scenes you ever wanted to see, with these incredible kind of machines and robots and weapons, and it was so filmic.
Was that after Judge Death?
Way after.
Yeah.
But Judge Death comes back so many times, so he would come back after the Apocalypse War as well.
Because he's hard to kill, isn't he? Because he had, I mean, Anderson.
You can't kill him. You can only either contain him or banish him, but you can't kill him. He's already dead. So
But one thing that this is a big plot hole as well. She's got this automatic hacker thing that can go inside anybody's locker. I mean, where the fuck did she get this thing?
Again, the whole lockers thing is just straight out of any cop film.
Yeah,
isn't it?
There's a lot of conveniences here. There's a lot, and this is where she finds the photograph where
it's slowly going Dutch angle on me.
Yeah, I mean, I don't mind the Dutch angles when it's highlighting something's off, and something's off here because we see this photograph we don't know is fake just yet, unless you already know the story and the lore.
Look at his mum. Look at his mum in the photograph. His mum's Steve Carell.
No, God, no.
Yep. Good enough for me.
Well, I've not managed to find Lance yet, but there is a lady wandering around in her underwear in one of the street scenes, which is weird. Problem is, there's quite a lot of people with long black hair in this. It's really, really hard to pick anybody out.
Yeah, Necropolis is pretty classic with all the dead man build-up and Judge Kraken. I'm gonna have to check these as well because I don't want to read more of these. I'm reading a little bit of the cast there, but I am liking it. I've seen the lore.
There's some really good stories in there. Really good stories.
Yeah, and he's got this character called Spike, I think it was, and he's like this sort of nutcase, but he seems a very likable sidekick as well.
Spike's Harvey Rotten.
Yeah,
that's in the Cost-Earth story. Yeah,
and this is where it's revealed that Griffin is the one that sprung Nico from his from the jail, and he's going to use him to unleash his plan of making the council cooperate and making the law even more harsher and trying to get Operation Janus back up. And I just love Amanda Sante. I've said it before, but he's just so fucking fun. He's obviously not care. He's very mentally unstable. He's nuts, but at the same time, he's ruthless, he's tough, and he's very smart as well. I mean, he reprogrammed a non-functioning robot by putting two wires together. So that's how smart he is. It's like MacGruber, Judge MacGruber.
Like Judge MacGyver.
MacGyver, yeah. I'm getting mixed up with a spoof, but
you know what was the worst bit of casting in history was Amanda Sante as Alan Brick in Kidnapped. Now, talk about the worst Scottish accent you're ever going to hear.
Which version of Kidnap was that? I haven't seen that one.
Made for TV version. Originally, it was supposed to be, believe this or believe it not, it was originally supposed to be Christopher Reeve who got the part, but he had his accident, so Amanda Sante stepped in.
Right.
But I don't think there could have been worse casting than that.
They could have got you to dub the voice. That would have been better. But I like the version with Michael Caine. I always thought that was
yeah.
Good. I mean, it's a good... I don't know about his accent. I'd have to watch it again, but I remember it being a good production, though.
It wasn't amazing, the accent. I remember the bit where it says, "I'm a bonny fighter." It was, God.
All right, let's not go down a kidnapped Scottish rabbit hole.
Just quickly, wasn't there a TV series in the late 70s, early 80s?
There was.
Yeah.
You should know you're in that.
Yeah,
surely.
I was.
Yeah, thought so.
I actually still remember the theme tune of that as well.
I definitely was too young, far too young for that.
Rubbish.
Yeah, no, this is where Amanda Sante starts becoming a bit over the top as well. Where as soon as he mentions, getting rid of Fargo was regrettable, but we could have used Dredd. It's like, Dredd would have arrested you just for obstructing the law, being disobedient, and being a total betrayer. He's like, blah, 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 blah.
This is basically where the film fucking falls apart here.
Yeah.
Honestly, it really does. It just falls apart here.
He comes across real cool and calm as well.
Work.
He's kind of got this calm menace at first, but now he just goes really over the top. And it's like,
you want fear? I'm fear.
Yeah. Yeah, you want the chaos. I'm the chaos.
I'm the chaos.
Super cheesy.
Yeah. It's just starting for the camera. It's hilarious. It's just fun to watch.
It's over the top, dude.
And he even knocks down that statue as well and goes, I am the future.
I'm the new beginning. Yeah.
Yeah, just throwing down that statue head and
that guy.
So they're now getting transferred across the Kerst land, and this is where Rob Schneider coincidentally sat next to him. I mean, it's such a stupid coincidence that he would be sat right next to Judge Dredd.
Isn't that dumb? No, he's like, oh my god, I recognize Dredd because of this.
Yeah. But again, they used to send the judges to Titan. They didn't go in normal prisons. They sent them off the planet to somewhere else. Yeah. They didn't mix with normal people.
That's Huggy Lever in that shot, who I directed in the Martian Disaster.
Yeah, I mentioned that. Was he one of the guys that got killed in the sort of the Mexican standoff at the end there? He had the double barrel shotgun, I'm thinking, and he looks familiar. He looks very familiar.
He's in Lock, Stock and Two Smoking Barrels. He's one part of the gang with the trench coats that are trying to break into the drug den.
Yeah, I thought I recognised him. I think he was a bit more clean shaven, wasn't he?
Yeah, he was in that, absolutely. But he plays a lot of roles very similar to this. And he'd done a role for Danny Cannon in The Young Americans. So him and Danny were friends. And Danny was like, look, I'm going to get you in Dredd. Yeah. And that's how he ended up getting this part.
I've heard that's a good film, Young Americans. With
it's all right, actually. Yeah, you can see Cannon's talent. That's the film that got Cannon Dredd. That was his first feature film. Boom, this was his second.
Director, wasn't he? He was more like a very small director. And this film really fucking turned him off there. Big productions and working.
Yeah, it did. I think, as I said before, I think they should have made this film with an unknown and trusted in the moniker of Dredd to sell the movie, which it would have done if they'd done it. You know, if they'd done it properly and they'd done it as a Dredd movie, like the Carl Urban one is. I still think there's a better Dredd movie to come even on top of that, but that's a good Dredd movie. This is a very poor Dredd movie.
I think the biggest mistake that they made with this, one of the big mistakes that they made. One of
many. Are you talking about the helmet?
No. I think not having John Wagner as the advisor.
That's Blue Collar's cum face, by the way.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Having Wagner he wasn't an advisor on it, was he?
He wasn't an advisor on it. No.
He should have been a creative consultant, surely. That's just ridiculous.
But it's definitely dumb. It's like almost like saying, "Hey, Bruce Wayne, hey, oh my God, you're Batman now."
Basically, if you invite an actor to have a discussion about Judge Dredd, and the actor says, "I don't understand why the character can't take the helmet off," you just go next. Because you obviously haven't read the comic and don't understand the fucking law, you bellend.
Yeah. So you stamped across the front of the script.
It's like Sly. Everybody knows who you fucking are. We've all seen your face. What's the problem? Why can't you do one film where you keep a fucking helmet on your head? Oh well, no, I want people to see my face, man.
It's that kind of thing, isn't it? The ego takes over. They don't want to play a bad guy, and they don't want to die at the end. And they've got to get the right person doing the hair.
It was partly the producers. It was the producers as well. They were saying if we're paying for Stallone, people are going to want to see him. And actually, they just didn't get it. They just didn't get what they had. This could have been a worldwide smash on the level of Lord of the Rings.
Yeah, absolutely could have been a massive hit. This could have been a huge hit. But of course,
with something as well.
With a completely different script and Stallone putting his helmet on or somebody else playing Dredd.
I also think that in 1990s, there wasn't that same approach that you have. Not that all the films are great. You don't have the same approach of fans in charge doing Marvel films or Star Wars film. Again, maybe these are bad examples, but I think in the 90s, there was never that approach. It was just, money, the actor's face, McDonald's tie-ins. And I kind of wonder if if it was being done like Dredd, the Dredd 2012 being done with a hell of a lot more grace and effort and love versus 1990, where that concept of let's be true to the source material and treat the character well was not even a thing. It was like McDonald's tie-ins and toy lines.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of another movie around this time that had a similar connection to an IP that was done well, and I'm hard pushed to think of one actually.
Well, if you look at Batman '89, that got an awful lot of criticism at the time.
Yeah, because
you're talking about the Michael Keaton,
one.
Tim Burton film.
Yeah, I think the good thing about that was that Tim Burton said, because that came out around the time that graphic novel.
Yeah, because he doesn't look very threatening, but he needs the costume to really give him that kind of menacing effect, and that's why it works for Michael Keaton.
Well, it was that movie came out around the time The Killing Joke was released, which was a very different interpretation of Batman. The art was different; it was very gritty, and people died horrible deaths, and it was very different from the sort of DC Batman that you'd had up to that point. And Burton said, "This is the Batman I want to make." So the reason a lot of people did like it was because it leaned into that. There was still a lot of purists who hated it, but there were enough people that loved it.
Even today, because Batman's killing a lot as well. And Joker never killed Batman's parents. It was Joe Chill.
I still think it's the best Batman film, personally.
The real connection is that you actually had the 2000 AD writers and artists that actually went over to DC and did that Batman. They created that Batman, the Batman that Tim Burton loves so much, and the Batman that Christopher Nolan has done. So
Alan Moore, wasn't it? Alan Moore.
Yeah.
So we have 2000 AD. The big connection is that the guys from 2000 AD, that when they got disillusioned with all the complications of not only the rights to their characters and their artwork and their stories, etc., all shifted and went over to America and created somebody else, or recreated another character that seems to be infinitely more popular. So there is it's a massive connection between the two.
So one thing this film tries to establish is that this is supposed to be the one where Judge Dredd has been so bound by the law, so ingrained with the law that he's not questioning the law even when it betrays him. And once again, do we need that storyline for Judge Dredd? I know we had the Day the Law Dad, but he still kind of goes back to being the same guy, doesn't he? He still believes in the law after that.
I think that was the wrong storyline to pick for this movie, period.
Yeah,
definitely. They had so much you could have chose from.
Yeah, I mean, for example, if they're going to do a story about Dredd being stuck in the cursed earth, that's got to be the whole movie, not a 20-minute vignette. This is the Angel Gang. There's you and Brenda on the left.
We only see a bit of the cast from this gang as well. It's only in this small little bit of the cast. Where's the with all the mutants?
It's just a throwaway storyline that in the film feels like it's a waste of time including it, really. Because at the end of the day, they built a massive set of Mega City 1, and it's like, what's the point in having this storyline where he goes out to Cursed Earth for a bit, only to come back, and you're going to introduce the Angel Gang, who are massive characters in the comic. I mean, they weren't in it for that long, but one of them comes back, the one with the dial on his head. He turns up again later, but Power Angel and I forget the name of Junior, I think is the one on the left.
Junior, Link, and Major.
Well, that's supposed to be Think Angel, and that's completely wrong, isn't it?
Yeah, they had like a big storyline, like 10 issues or whatever. Think Angel comes back again. Here they're just kind of thrown away as these sort of stupid characters. That's the problem. It was like, let's chuck an ABC robot in, but not really explain why it's there or who it is. Let's chuck in the Angel Gang. It's all so, like, I just feel like a load of people sat around a table and chucked loads of ideas. And I'm sure Danny Cannon's script was more solid than this before it got pulled apart. So we probably got the traces of what was originally a good story.
I think those actual 2000 AD elements were the elements that were thrown in by Danny Cannon.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he had to fight to get them in just to make it feel more like 2000 AD.
He made a mistake
because he didn't want to make fucking RoboCop. You know what I mean? Everybody was trying to turn this into RoboCop.
There's only like 4 of them here as well, because apparently they had more as well, like Ratfink and Link Angel and Mean Machine Angel and
Mean Machine is the one who survives and comes back.
Dial,
with his
let's
dial
go around headbutting people.
Yeah.
Well, Mean Machine got killed in the story, didn't he? And he got resurrected and came back again, and is still alive in the comics, as far as I know, having already died.
Yeah, he came back 3 times, if I remember rightly, but I think he's actually dead now. I think he got killed the last time, but I'd have to check that. Memory not being as good as it once was.
Yeah. But once again, the film does rely on conveniences as well, because now these Spud from fucking Trainspotting here just shoots them down, and what happens? This guy's grabbing Dredd as well, and he manages to get himself out of it. And one of the guards shoots the pilots, which sends it down. It's all over the place.
It's so really stupid having an exposed cockpit like that.
And why would they be flying so low over a place populated by maniacs?
I know. But the makeup on some of these are really good as well.
It's Walking Dead, dude. Herschel.
Yeah, this was done by my pal Nick Dudman, a great makeup artist.
Yeah, and you got Scott Wilson as Part Angel as well, and I was like, oh shit, is that Scott Wilson from The Walking Dead?
Yep.
Yeah, damn man.
He's walking on 2 feet.
Yeah, and they do look pretty creepy as well. They look menacing. They look like people you don't want to be having a nice sit down and meal with.
Again, the production design and the makeup and the prosthetics and everything on Mean Angel are really good, man.
Yeah, I mean Nick was he is a great makeup artist. I mean he did a lot of the creatures for the Star Wars movies, the prequels, but a lot of his stuff wasn't actually used, unfortunately. Much of it was, but a lot of it wasn't. He was a great creature designer, great makeup artist, and done some amazing prosthetics, amazing prosthetic work, Nick. I think he did The Witches and Alien 3, I think he did. But yeah, lovely guy. One of the loveliest guys in the business, without a doubt.
Damn, man. Why? So he's not passed away, has he?
No.
Oh, right, fucking hell. The way you talk about it sounds like he passed away.
No.
So he's still going then?
Yeah, he's a great guy.
Yeah, so she tries to scan the photograph and it turns, but then suddenly she gets saying, hey, not authorized, it's top secret stuff, don't worry about it, just go on with your life, ignore the whole secret government dodgy thing going on. So now, obviously, there's some guards on Griffin's payroll, and he orders them no survivors. It has to look like everyone died. So they're just fucking killing innocent folks as well. Everyone. He's trying to cover up his tracks. And now we're back to the Angel of Death's lair where they're hung up, and yeah, they pretty much found out it's just Dredd as well. And yeah, even the cast F he has a reputation. So. Once again, the makeup is really good. I love the makeup on Mean here. He's fucking dial on his head. He's got these patches of stitchings. He's stitched up everything. It's like, God, man, what have they done to this guy? It's full-on body horror shit, that. And these are very threatening as well. They look gross. They look like they've been living in a fucking desert for a long time and underneath the deaths. It's...
Well, it's all radiated. It's all irradiated as well. That's the whole idea. Mutants and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, they do genuinely look gross as well, and I love that. Like, his good makeup, and yeah, he is actually still fucking scary. I mean, damn, man.
Yeah, it's great. Just a shame he was so throwaway in this film, as you say.
I know.
It's a shame they were in it because they came across as a member berry rather than being anything significant.
Yeah. Imagine if this first film, this scene didn't happen. You know, like it was actually well written. The first one, it did really well, and they had a sequel, and the sequel was set where Judge Dredd was shot down in the cast half, and he's lost, and he has to survive these crazy bastards trying to get.
There's some really cool stuff in 2000 AD, if I remember correctly, in Judge Dredd comics, where there's they have to accompany a convoy from one megacity to another across the cursed earth.
Yeah, that's a spin-off story called something like the Rad Trekkers or something. It was inspired by the movie Convoy.
Yeah.
I talked to the guy who wrote it, and the story title will come to me. It's really, really good. It follows
Hell
like
Trekkers, was it?
I can't remember. Their trucks are called rad vehicles, aren't they? In it, and it's basically at the beginning they all leave Mega City 1 to start a life in the new territories.
Yeah.
And then they go through various escapades, and that story is the best story about the Cursed Earth of all the Cursed Earth stories. It's better than the Judge Dredd Cursed Earth story in my view, because it's much more Mad Max like.
Yes, I was kind of when I saw Fury Road, it reminded me a little bit of the Cursed Earth, some of that stuff.
Yeah, they dialed all the kind of crazy shit down that they did in Judge Dredd Cursed Earth and brought it like, much more gritty, much more down to earth for that storyline. That lasted, I think, about like 24 issues or something like that.
I remember a prog where Dredd and another judge get stranded out in the Cursed Earth as well.
Yeah, that's a different one. That's a different story. And then there's the first Judge Dredd Cursed Earth storyline, which is one of the massive Dredd spin-offs, like the Judge Child and the
that was
various other
giant head in it.
Yeah. So this is where Rob Schneider pretends that he's found God, hallelujah, all that lot, and it turns out he's about to be. They're basically picking him just to be chosen to be eaten. And it's like, no, you don't want to have. I got eczema, warts. I've had gonorrhea one time. He works out. I was like, and so
possibly
it's so stupid, and it just doesn't fit. It just doesn't fit.
Rob Schneider is the stapler.
Yeah.
So Dredd eggs Mean on to go after him and just giving him the opportunity to get the upper hand, and he takes them on. He fucking kills them all, and he kind of throws this rope around one of their necks and flips them over, and you can hear the neck break and everything. But and they get fucking killed pretty quickly. So if this was a sequel, these would not be in it, because once again they're throwaway characters. You see them for, even though they're well known in the comics, they're kind of killed within like less than 5 minutes of screen time. And obviously Griffin's men are coming here, they kill him and try to kill Dredd as well, and thankfully he ends up killing them. But then Mean comes back. This was
another thing that didn't ring true, because Dredd kills loads of other judges here, those guards, and like they're just doing a job. I don't think Dredd would have done that.
Yeah, no, that was
I felt he got forgiven way too quickly after murdering other soldiers that are on his side, sort of. But no, it's forgiven.
But they had these kind of sort of soldiers in the silver armor, and then you had the judges. It was almost like, wasn't there like 2 levels of, which by the way is bollocks, but you did have.
Hang on, what, these soldiers killing innocent people in the crash shuttle earlier though? So I don't know.
You've got these guys with these big guns, like the machine guns. They're not the same as the judges in this movie, and they're loosely based on the city defense units, or referred to as city def in the comics. But I mean, in the comics, they are kind of civilians that are sort of fulfilling the military role in the city. The idea being they're there to back up the judges in sort of bigger situations like riots and stuff, rather than these kind of RoboCop body armored power troopers that you've got in this movie. Although they look kind of cool, but my recollection in this scene is that it's those guys that come after him rather than other judges in judge uniforms. But unless I'm recalling that wrong, please don't make me watch the film again.
No, because he does take on another few of those guys later.
Pretty much so all the guys that he slaughters are in black armor. They're not other judges, but I just assumed they were like part of the good guys. And
yeah, they are. I mean, they're city defense units. That's what they're based on, but it's the film's interpretation of those guys. So kind of lower level. They're not police, but they've got some legal powers to back up the judges. Basically, that's who they are.
These two seem like rogues, though. Like,
these guys are under Armand Sante's character's command. I think is the idea. Yeah.
Well, Griffin at least, because he's not dead yet. So yeah, be under Griffin's command.
Yes, obviously, Max von Sydow's Fargo. He comes and saves Dreck's ass, and what a coincidence is he just happens to be trekking around the area where fucking Dredd was kidnapped. Unless he probably did see the shuttle crash earlier and made his way as fast as he could. Who knows? It's never really established. But then, I rescued you. Oh, now I'm dead now. Maine kills him. Shit. Oh, sad, very sad. And once again, we're seeing Dredd act really emotional here. He's like, oh, you killed my father. It's wrong for his character. It really is. But Maine still looks fucking cool. He looks very threatening. He's like, he got 3 strikes, lawman, and he tries to hit him 3 times. But then he tries to go in for the kill, but Dredd gets him again. He gets his fucking bladed arm stuck on a beam, and he uses the electricity, the cables on him to kill him. It's really weird. And he does this very long bit of dialogue going, Section 103, 105, yada, 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 illegal use of electricity. And it's fucking weird. It's weird. It makes no sense. The cable's powering him, keeping him alive, or can be used to kill him. I don't know. But anyway. So now we're on this other scene where they found out that the picture is totally fake. It's all made up. The only thing real in it is the baby, meaning that Dredd isn't real. Blah, blah, blah. Secret government shit. And then we get to probably a really hammy section where Stallone's really fucking going full on hammy mode with Rico. Oh my god, my life is a lie. It's so funny. It's really fucking funny to watch. I mean, has anyone else laughed their asses off at Sylvester Stallone's acting here, especially when every time he says something dramatic, the lightning strikes?
No, but I've got angry.
I was angry the first time round. I got over it.
I know, it's so volatile. I just found it funny. It's if you're a hardcore Judge Dredd fan, I understand the fucking anger. I really do. But if you take that away and just see it as another dumb Nazis action, it is very funny. But yeah, the damage was done for the fans, though, and I don't blame him. I really don't. Especially when you got Max von Sydow really trying his best here as well. He's acting his death scene. He manages to get a lot of information out before he dies as well. He's like, he's telling him all about his backstory, that he was his father. It was Dredd was created from his DNA in Operation.
This is just all such a ton of bollocks, all of this.
I know.
When I was watching this in the cinema, I was like, what? This is what? We don't need any of this. This is crap. What is this?
I know there is something like this in the comics, but I don't think we needed it in this movie. I think just keep the mystery.
This is a rewrite exposition bump that someone used like a kind of band-aid to cover a load of other fucking plot holes from leaking even more blood than this one.
His final words are exposition. His final words are exposition dump. It's fucking hilarious. How can you not laugh your ass off at this?
Why didn't they ask Evans?
Yes.
I need to reveal the truth. Lightning strikes. You're not real. Lightning strikes. I'm dying. Lightning strikes. Oh. And why is Rob Schneider upset? He doesn't know this fucking guy. Nothing makes sense.
He's upset because he's learned he's just been cast in the stapler.
Another thing
to find out the thing is not as cracked up to be.
When they go back to the city, Rob Schneider is really, really keen to help and be part of the team. And I'm thinking, why?
Yeah.
Why? Dredd sent him to jail for 5 years for doing nothing.
As opposed to escaping into the millions of people and disappearing.
Hate Rob Schneider. This film made me hate. Like Blade Trinity made me hate Ryan Reynolds.
I mean, I'll tell you what I do like. I like the scene, you covered it before I came on. I like the scene at the beginning where he's looking at the top of the city and he sees all the babes and the swimming pools and where the rich people live, up above the clouds. Hey, yeah, that looks good. Let's go there. And then he realizes he's going to the lower levels where all the poor people live, and that for Mega City 1 is very much what the city's like. That bit I thought as a setup was really clever, and then it sadly all downhill from there, literally.
I know, and the thing is, the Sylvester score is really good. It's really dramatic, like. I
love that score. I
don't like it.
I love that particular motif, that theme. I think it's awesome.
Oh.
I mean, I don't even care if it fits this film or not. I just think it's awesome. But then I'm biased because Sylvester is in my top 5 composers of all time.
Curmudgeon.
He's probably in my top 105 somewhere.
It does make me laugh where Rob Schneider's like, what are you going to do when he turns around real dramatic and goes, to find Rico.
You talk about your favorite actors. Sylvester Stallone isn't in my top 10 of the people who are in this film.
And this is where they take him to the lab where they're gonna resurrect the Janus project, and he's introduced to this very, very attractive scientist lady who apparently did try to get him away from the death sentence by saying he was insane. He was like, "You said I was sane. I knew exactly what I was doing." I love that.
June Chen was a real cutie back then, wasn't she?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she is she is nice. I have seen pictures of her, what she looks like recently, and she still looks fucking good. John Chen, is it? I think her name is.
Look, and there's a movie made in the 80s, Taipan, with Brian Brown. She's in that. Lovely.
Oh, no. But she's barely given fuck all here as well. She's like the woman who's supposed to be helping with the Janus thing, and even the fight with her and Diane Lane does not feel earned. I mean, they've only just met each other, and already they're going to be the ones that fight each other and be rivals. It's I don't know, but she comes across like she doesn't like him, but at the same time, she's kind of hot for him a little bit when he acts all fucking psychotic. It's this film is all over the place. It really is. It really is all over the fucking place. But more exposition on the fucking Janus thing, the clones, blah, blah, blah. And
Lance, do you remember if you were there for the final scene in the film where you've got everybody cheering Judge Dredd as he drives off, which is fucking stupid because they wouldn't be?
I know. I thought it was stupid. It wasn't earned. It was not earned.
Well, it's not that. I mean,
I wasn't there when that was being filmed. No,
you weren't there when that was being filmed. Okay, you're not in that shot then.
No. Okay, it was a night shoot. It was a night shoot. That was a day shoot, I think. And Inside Man probably was there for that.
Yeah.
It does look like it's like everybody who's there on the day just went getting this scene and cheered Judge Dredd as he drives off.
Yeah, that was one of them really cringy. It all turned out nice in the end scenes.
The last thing they would do is cheer Judge Dredd.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, I like the design of these buildings and stuff.
Oh, yeah, cool.
It's the same. As a translation of the 2000 AD design, I think it works really well.
And I mean, maybe like a storyline of, just a storyline about there being a concerted campaign to kill as many, qualify that, Gordon, to kill as many judges as possible, sort of over a 48-hour period. That would have been a great story. That would have worked. The more nonsense they chucked in, the more they diluted it. The Angel Gang were originally in the Judge Child Quest.
That Judge Child Quest was fucking freaky. It was such a weird story.
But two of them come back. Fink is in other stories, and Mean Machine is in other stories. I think
they resurrected the rest as well.
Did they? I mean, I've only read up to, I think, about issue 700. I think physically I had up to issue 500, and then I read others off a mate. But there's a lot of stuff I haven't seen. Oh, whatever, Gordon. Leighton Gay.
So this is where they've now executed Order 66 on all the fucking judges. I know, it's like, that's what I was thinking. Order 66.
I know that reference.
This is where somehow they put a bomb into a locker.
I know, it's once again very convoluted. There's a lot of plot holes, and even ABC gets to fucking gun them down as well. While He
But
gets
like
turned off
Lance says,
go
this
watch
little
it.
bit of the film, this tiny little segment, could have been a plot for the film. They just tried to cram so much into it. I don't know. Maybe they felt it needed to be larger than life and massive and huge with this huge budget, but it was such a risk and it didn't pay off because 90 million, it got 115 in revenue, which obviously doesn't all go to the studio, as we all know.
I know. And now we're up to the scene where Rob Schneider in again, trying to be.
I was hoping to get cooked. I was because that would be quite a 2000 AD thing to do. Would be for him to die in the fire.
Oh yeah, because it would be very nihilistic, wouldn't it? I mean, this film isn't nihilistic enough in my view.
No, nowhere near. The tone is. I can't say enough. The tone is just totally wrong in this film. Totally.
Well, here's the scene where he makes the pizza joke, ordering pizza to let him in the city.
Hello, Kurstorf Pizza. Hey, that could be a good Rob Schneider film. Rob Schneider is curved Earth Pizza.
Yeah.
Look at that picture of the wall, though. Look at that image there. That looks great, doesn't it?
It looks, some good visuals.
Yeah. As I said, Lance, do you know if there was an art of or a making of Judge Dredd film book made?
There were two. There was one specifically about the production design.
Okay,
big,
cool.
Sort of meaty kind of A5 sized book, about 150, 200 pages. And then there was a second one that was sort of overall making of the film. Okay, and I'll remember, the reason I remember this so well is I was working at a book chain store called Volume 1 when they both came out around the time the film was released, and no one bought them. We had stacks of them, and no one bought them because the film tanked. No one cared. No one from no 2000 AD fans wanted to buy making of books for a film that stank.
No, but as I say, the production design and the way it looks is one thing that I just can't.
I'd quite like to have those books now, but no one bought. I wish I'd picked them up because I think we ended up selling them for like $1.99 in a sale, and we might have shifted a few of them then. But look them up on eBay; they'll be around. There were two.
Yeah, I just found the art of Judge Dredd the movie. So...
Yeah, there were two. One was specifically all just production design and costume, and the other one was the making.
This is the one that Stephen D'Souza did by looks of things, so that'd be good.
Yeah, one had like excerpts from the script in it and things like that. Yeah, and the other one was
the full shooting script of Judge Dredd.
See, I mean, I like some of the design elements in this film. I like some of them better than the 2012.
Yeah, I do. No, I do. I think.
I
don't know if you were here for when I said it, but if you took the Carl Urban Judge Dredd and put him in this film, you've got half decent.
Yeah, I mean, Drew Very Gay Gordon commented in the chat earlier that 2012 Dredd is a good Dredd movie, but a bad Mega City 1 movie.
Yeah, totally agree.
I completely agree with that assessment.
I would disagree, actually.
Yeah, but no one cares. No one cares what you think.
I would firmly disagree.
Yep. Man, he's such a contrarian.
Mega City 1 in the 2012 movie.
Yeah.
Hasn't got all the connecting roadways and things.
It doesn't look anything like
Mega City. But it doesn't. But like I say, it's more Dredd than this is.
Oh no, I mean overall, yes, I would agree. It's more Dredd.
If you're looking at literal, a literal translation of what's on the page to, what goes into the script and then ultimately on the screen. No, but it's got the essence of exactly what Dredd is about. But I like the look of it. I like the aesthetic of it. I like the fact that I like the fact that it's not too distant from our world. It feels dirtier.
There was one bit I thought really worked, and that was the bit outside the building. Where they go outside when you've got those.
Yeah, I remember that. That's all fine. I thought the big panoramic shot of it, as opposed to the skyline of this one. This one was closer to the comics.
Yeah, I feel like this is the better.
And I don't necessarily need my Dredd to feel believable with like being Earth in the future. I just need it to feel like it's 2000 AD's Dredd.
Yeah.
I don't care.
I don't think like 2000 AD has a very British style of comedy. It's a sardonic, satirical.
But the problem is, I mean, then we have a compromise between the two. There has to be a compromise between the two. It's what do you take? Do you take a shit movie that's got some aesthetic that is comparable to the comics, or do you have a really good movie that.
Well, what was the budget of the
Still has
2012
some
movie? It was nothing like 90 million.
It was
wasn't
about
I think it's
30
it's about
million.
40, 42, something like that. 42,
yeah, it's
45.
tiny in comparison. So
Yeah, it's half the budget of this. At least
yeah,
half
so
the
it's
budget of this.
45 million US.
And
Sadly, it
that's
only made 41, which is an
and that's-
absolute crime in itself.
and that's 20 years, pretty much 20 years after this.
I mean,
after
yeah,
this was
yeah,
made.
exactly.
So,
So,
you know,
adjust it for inflation as well. And, it cost, well, I would say maybe a third of what this movie cost.
oh, easy.
I think
Yeah.
it does really well for what they had budget wise, but I just think that this has the bombastic, ridiculous silliness, overblown nature of the Judge Dredd world down, whereas I didn't feel that the 2012 film.
I've got to be honest.
The tone in the 2000
I
film.
think they would have done in the sequels. I think
Perfect.
there was almost going to
maybe,
be Dredd
I mean,
just
seriously.
in that universe, but then once again it flopped just like the 95 did. And
yeah, I'm
but
phenomenally
but I don't
gutted
wanna-
that the 2012 film bombed the way it did.
But
So
I don't
sad
want
about
to. I don't want to watch things with this. I don't really want to watch. I don't want to watch a comic book in a movie. I want to watch a movie. They're
Right.
two
get
completely
that.
separate media. It's just
As I say,
there has to be some kind of separation between the two media.
The 2000 AD comic book is because of obviously the colours that they had to use. It's actually very colourful in comparison to this, because you've only got so many colours that you could use, especially back in like it was black and white at some stage. But the colour progs, even back then, the inking technology, you couldn't have all the millions of colours. You had as many colours as you could work with in print. So they're always going to be different, but that's where I feel that spirit and tone and character is so important, and that's what's wrong in this film and is right in 2012.
I think that the Carl Urban film got Dredd's character perfect, and it wasn't an accurate adaptation. It was a great adaptation, but what they didn't do was what this film did do. What Carl Urban's film didn't do was it didn't take lots of stuff that you were aware of in the comics and characters and such and butcher them the way this one did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So even though it had very little other than Dredd to connect it to the stories in the comic, it didn't actually turn anybody off it by ruining things that they already had perceptions of.
Yeah. I mean, as I say, it was so focused being that bottle film in one building that it didn't really, apart from the bit at the very start of the film where they're driving past and you see a few Easter eggs and names of creators on the buildings and things like that, which is obviously all done with a modest CGI budget. That as I say, when you look at the budget, I think the 2012 film did a great job. But I think that the production design on this is so much more 2000 AD. I really do, and it should be because it's got 3 times the budget.
Anyway, let Northern continue, because otherwise we're going to die.
I'll shut up.
We are going 3 hours now, so
yeah, Lance.
But we've already got
Lance. Lance.
With your on-set story antics, honestly.
Yeah, who let Lance on?
Yeah, man.
I blame Blue Collar because he's not shut up since we started. The guy just keeps on blabbing. Never seen anything like it. And with that accent, I can't understand a word he says. Can't he speak good English like me?
What are you talking about?
Talking of accents, Melvin, just for my satisfaction, could you please say the words DCI Taggart, there's been a murder?
DCI Taggart, there's been a murder.
I like it.
Any British crime fanados would know what that means. But
please finish this film.
Love that.
Please finish this film before I die.
This is the idea.
Joke. I said that 5 minutes ago. You can't have
we
that
have
joke.
3 fucking hours in there now. Let's get moving on.
It's not an option.
Okay, so now because of all the judges getting killed, crime's gone even fucking worse now. So it's given Griffin a bit more pull on the council, who agreed to resurrect Project Janus, and now
Project
Dredd and Fergie have to get
Janus, of course, being the 2-headed Roman god.
Yeah,
the 2-faced at least. When it's 2-headed, 2-faced,
and also a reference in GoldenEye as well, which is described to Alec Trevelyan. So yeah, and he's had this fucking thing about this these 2 people that tried to get back into the mega city through this furnace, and he's like, did it work? He's like, they only got fried, but the fury is sound. And now Rob Schneider's being this total asshole again, saying, I'm in this because of you. I apologize. He's like, no, it doesn't apologize. Apologize.
I just wanted him to die. I
know, it makes no sense for the character. I mean, and once again, if this was a generic action movie inspired by Dredd, it would have been.
It's what it is. It's wearing a Judge Dredd skin.
Yeah, exactly. And we got this really stupid thing where it was probably done better in the Rock, where Sean Connery had to roll under this fairness as well because he recognised the timing. And it's just stupid. It's Rob Schneider being the stupid comic sidekick again, who nearly gets killed, and he trips over and he never gets up. He does that stupid trot where they trip over and doesn't just stand up and run. He just sits there going,
"Oh, we've got enough time now."
I know. And how the fuck did Dredd know it to blast that door and they'd fall through that chute? It makes no sense. It makes no bloody sense. Nothing about it makes sense.
Because it was written that way.
Yeah.
Stop asking questions.
So there.
In crayon, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, in crayon, yeah.
Yeah, so now the Janus has been approved, and Dredd knocks out this guy to steal his claws, and for somehow conveniently manages to find a guy who has the...
And this joke here as well.
Yeah.
Measurement is still on.
Cringe joke. It's like,
my fucking teeth. Ugh, we haven't got time for that. Oh, shut the fuck up.
Even Stallone's like, even I hate that. I made this film work. So yeah, and it's
all right, boys. Now we're in the end game now.
I know.
Yeah. And then he's constantly wondering why calling him Dredd. I was like, dude, just fucking kill him, please.
I know. He doesn't have blood on his face. He doesn't clean off the blood on his face either when he walks around. I know. Look, still got the blood.
Sure.
And one guy recognizes him, and fucking hell, just leads to Rico making his entrance, letting everyone know that.
How high was he on the set for this film?
He must have been. He must have been fucking high as well.
Oh yeah.
I like how the council just make a fucking 180. They're like, "Oh my god, I can't believe that we approved this cloning thing." Even though it's weird, they just get announced about the cloning, and it's like, did you not know what Janus was in the first place? And you just approved it. What the fucking hell is going on? It makes no sense. Take a drink every time I say it. Makes no sense. It's
come on, dude. Even I got limits.
It's like, oh, I took the helmet off.
So yeah, I'm trying to get this straight. Okay, he convinces them to
we lost Lance.
This project, and as soon as they found out what it is, it's like, you approved it. Did you not fucking know anything about it? You were idiots. You are total fucking idiots.
Yes, they are.
Or they changed the mind.
Look at that.
After straight for some reason, and they're still idiots.
The Oscar-winning performance.
At this point in the cinema, I'm just like, please, just let it end. Just.
I know.
I want to go home.
I'm just enjoying the stupidness of it. I mean, they actually got this fucking film made. I can't believe it. And Dredd comes face to face with Rico, and something happens, and Judge Jagan Prognal shoots himself in the arm and sets Dredd up as the guy who killed the council, and he's chased by these fucking stormtroopers, blah blah blah.
And
stupid fucking chase, and it's like, and even Fergie's being an idiot as well. Tell him I'm innocent. It's like, they're trying to fucking kill you, mate. I don't think that's the time.
Yeah, you see when Dredd gets spotted here, they were walking along the hallway and Fergie calls him Dredd. And it's like, Jesus,
constantly.
You're supposed to be in disguise, call him Smith or something, anything. But his name.
Fucking useless. He is. He's a useless sidekick.
Oh, this third
actor. Well, I think he called him Dredd 3 different times, which kind of blew his cover, so to speak.
Yeah. He gets him killed in the shuttle. He nearly gets
on the shuttle, right? The Angel Gang, and now this.
Yeah.
There's another terrible bit here where he's getting on that flying bike, and he's got his uniform on there. And when he gets to the bike, as he's getting on the bike, he's wearing the uniform with the sleeves, and as he sits down, he's in a t-shirt.
Yeah, massive continuity error.
I know, and he makes this stupid little jump down the stairs, and it just doesn't look badass. It looks really... What was the point of that? Just run down the stairs? I don't know. And he's killing these guys, and I don't know if these guys are on the payroll like the earlier ones were, because he's just fucking killing them. It's weird.
Yeah. It doesn't matter.
Yeah. Well, these guys, they're not judges. I think Drew said earlier they're the SJS. So they're sort of the military police type. They
internal affairs, I suppose. That
basically, like an internal investigations department, I suppose. Yeah,
and he's killing some guys who are just doing their job. It's this is definitely being a film that's being compromised by someone.
You're a hero, ladies and gentlemen, but he's not meant to be a hero.
Yeah. Man, I know he's not meant to be the hero, but fucking hell, I don't think Judge Dredd would kill someone who's trying to do their job, would he? He would take out someone who was doing something.
I think he has killed other judges in the past, but I mean, only when they're like totally corrupt and stuff.
Exactly.
We get some dodgy 90s CGI here.
Oh yeah, but you still get a few model shots in there as well, and
it's. I mean, a lot of films of this time look like this. So
yeah, because CGI was
if it does anything, it just dates the movie. That's all.
And then Rob Schneider's being useless again. He doesn't know how to use a fucking gun. It's like he's supposed to cock it. It's like, who said anything about cocking it? And
just die, please.
It's just a cheesy little chase where a lot of innocent guys doing their job die in fucking humorous ways. And
how many people died when the bike hits this building and it blows up? How many people died in there, do you think?
I know. He fucking crashes into an apartment block as well, killing innocent people. That's Jesus Christ, man.
Those flying bikes looked every bit as bad as Flash Gordon.
I know. He fucking murders one of them as well. He jumps on the bike and throws them off, saying he deserves it. It's like, but we don't know if these guys are corrupt or they're doing their jobs. There's nothing to establish that that he's justified in killing these people. It's, oh my God. Even though it's fun for how stupid it is, this is definitely another reason why it's a bad movie. I mean,
that one he throws off, I'm going to have to say, he might be okay.
No,
he'll be fine. He'll be fine. He'll land in a haystack.
Yeah, maybe if they had released a series of clones early that were ready, like a first batch, put them in the armor, like, hey, here's a bunch of bad guys. They're clones. They're working for Amon Asante.
Yeah.
Or even use some of the robo judges from the comics.
Yeah. Now this was confusing. Why is the fucking pillow fluff flying in the air here? Because we saw Hershey nearly got blown up on her bike, and she's obviously in the room later on. But what was going on here? What the fuck was happening here? That makes no sense.
Yeah.
So is this Dredd's place or Hershey's?
Yes, Hershey's, and Rob Schneider makes another dumb joke and is like, "Oh, the cleaner bill's going to be bad." Fuck off.
Actual hatred for Rob Schneider at this point.
Tell us truly, do you like Rob Schneider? Tell us the truth now. Don't hold back.
As a person, I think he seems like a nice guy, but his comedies are fucking terrible.
Oh man, I really like Big Stan. I thought it was hilarious.
Yeah.
I did like some of his smaller roles in The Waterboy and Big Daddy, and all right, American Gigolo is kind of a guilty pleasure. I'm not gonna lie. That did a little
Bigelow, yeah.
And you get a good Norm Macdonald cameo as well, which is always welcome.
The man who
I think I would name him my top 10 most punchable people on the planet.
And this is where Hershey
People Wally Bridges in there as well.
Yeah. This is where Hershey confronts him about Rico, and she's like, "What's happening here? Are you really as bad as you say they are?" And she shows him the picture of Rico, and he's like, "It's Rico." Dum.
My brother.
Fucking EastEnders theme kicks in. Dum. Da. And now we're in the Janus laboratory where fucking Rico decides, you know what, I'm gonna use my DNA to create the clones, even though I'm not supposed to, but fuck it, I'm Rico, I'm the villain. Screw Griffin and his
goddamn
plans.
right.
Awesome. And yeah, no, Dredd breaking down and feeling conflicted. No, that does not work. Maybe another character, yes, but no, Judge Dredd is not that type of guy to be conflicted.
Nope. He is 100% sure of what he's doing. He is 100% confident in what he's doing.
Yeah, he's a guy who believes he's right every time. And I mean, Diane Lane's trying their fucking best, but there is no chemistry between them. There really isn't.
No. I mean, the thing is, like, Dredd is one of the most black and white people on the planet.
He is. He's a blank slate. That's what he is. That's the whole point. He's a blunt instrument for the law. And once again, Rob Schneider's just not funny. He's like saying, well, I couldn't get the other thing working, but I got the microwave working. And fucking hell, man. Jesus Christ. Ugh. Terrible movie. Sorry, Danny.
The microwave working. He got 2 wires on top and made them spark, and then it started working. Because that's how you fix things.
Yeah. And Griffin's not very happy about it, that Rico is backstabbing him, and he tries to confront him. He's like, you know what? We've gone too far. He finally realizes he's gone too far, but ABC Robot fucking grabs him, and yeah, she's getting horned up about this. Look at her.
Yeah,
she's loving it.
Loving it.
Yeah.
There's a nice bit of cleavage in that shot. Appreciated.
Oh yeah.
I mean, you got to have something out of this film at this point, so.
Yeah, and I love his little outburst as well. Yeah, you're just jealous because there will be your drones. I get to be a daddy, and all my brothers and sisters will be employing the law. The law.
So over the top.
Oh.
I love it. Amanda
You
Santos.
need to do voiceover work. This is great.
Yeah. But this was actually pretty fucking cool, where it's like, rip off his arms and legs and leave his head to last. I wanted to see everything.
It's over the top.
And it is gruesome. You don't see it, but the blood splats enough is like, oh, Christ, man.
That's what I'm saying. Like, why did this get an R rating for?
I know. Yeah. You can hear the cartilage ripping and everything. It's oh god, it's morbid. And now Rob Schneider's determined to fucking get with him. And yes, she mentions there was a power surge underneath a spot where the Statue of Liberty was moved. So that's obviously where the lab should be. And Rob Schneider's like, I'm going to join you. I mean, we're a team. I mean, you do all the work, but we're still a team. And the thing with these comedy sidekicks is when they work because they're useful and contribute to the plot with the character.
He has nothing.
Yeah, he doesn't do fuck all apart from later in the end, and that's it. It's kind of like Tracy Waltman in Conan the Destroyer. He just doesn't do. He just does fuck all. Has unfunny lines, and he doesn't help.
He literally just nearly just ruined the film for me. It's just single-handedly. I could actually kind of put up with Stone on the basis of it's just a 90s movie. Yeah, whatever. I mean, it's not the Judge Dredd film that I want. But Rob Schneider makes me actively hate every single moment he's on screen.
Yeah, I know, because he's not giving anything funny. I mean, he's
not. I just don't.
Yeah,
he's
been in so much shit as well. He's been in so much shit. I mean, like I said, I do like him as a person. He seems like a decent guy. It's just his comedy is fucking terrible. It's like, I mean, give Adam Sandler credit. At least he still had a few good little gems, didn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if it's just I've never really cared for that kind of humor, especially when it was all over. Like it's like Marvel humor these days. You know, where every single Marvel film has the same kind of comedy and the same kind of jokes. And I just fucking hate it. I just hate it. And as I say, like 2000 AD has got humor in it, but it's just not this kind of humor. It's a very, very acerbic kind of satirical and sardonic humor style.
That's exactly
sadly, America just didn't get.
Whereas this, it really is advertising. It's signposting that it's going to make you laugh in a minute. You know, here's a feed line. Yeah. Here's a punchline. Yeah. Here's a feed line. Here's a punchline. It's just garbage. It's absolute garbage.
Message from Lance. He logged up by accident because he's going to bed, and wish everybody well.
Night, mate.
Yeah,
I was wondering where it went. Sorry, sorry, man.
Night, Lance. Don't dream of Judge Dredd 1995.
Some text about Inside Man being a horrible person. I don't know. It's just,
he loves me being a curmudgeon.
I may have made that up.
The contrarian curmudgeon.
So we're at the final climax now, and ABC Robot gets to do some more cool shit. He's like fighting machine guns from his knuckles, and he wounds Rob Schneider, and yay, something good.
Finally, he's almost dead. Thank God. Please kill him.
Actively rooting for the bad guys at this point.
Yeah.
Get rid of him.
Christ.
BBC Robot has Hershey now by the throat, and Judge Dredd's kind of in a bit of a stickler right now because Amanda Sante as Rico has got him, and they basically have this back and forth where it's like, hey, we could be brothers, we could have been doing something. It's like, yeah, but you betrayed the law. And
dude, the way
Amanda
he says,
Santa's like, law.
The way he says law, it's so over the top. Law.
It's like they're trying to outdo each other in that scene. Do you know what I mean?
Look at the way he's standing there as well. I mean, who stands like that?
I know, it's weird. It's weird.
It's so weird.
Obviously, we're trying to have the brother trying to talk the good guy to coming onto his side for his big grand plan, and you got all these
on his mustache
clones as well. It's and they've got no skin and everything. It's they're all white and gross, and the makeup prosthetics are really fucking good though. I mean, this is grotesque stuff. It really is.
It's a thing, like, you know, in a better film, this could work because look at from Dredd's standpoint, like, dude, this is how you were born. Like, there's so much you could do with that. But like you're created in a freaking lab, you know. It's,
no, but
yeah, I know it's been said before, but it's like 5 or 6 different plots smashed together, especially falling apart in the last half.
I know, but it's
it's
entertainingly bad. It's like you're watching a car crash in slow motion.
I was gonna say, at this point, we get shown firsthand that the writers of this film just cannot land it. They've just fucked it at this point, and it's gonna crash and burn. It's obvious from this point out.
But I will give Amanda Sang credit. He is trying. He does almost look a little Stallone, maybe a bit bigger, and maybe I don't know, better looking. Is he better looking women? I don't know.
He's trying to outcheat
his face moves.
Yeah.
He looks like a beast though. He looks like he can handle himself.
They played brothers before in Paradise Alley.
Paradise Alley.
Law.
Yeah.
I think IMDb has Amanda Sandy at 5'10", but he doesn't look it, does he?
No, he looks like a big hulking guy. Yeah, he looks like he can fucking handle himself. And how old was he when he did this film? In his 40s. I've seen a few pictures of him now, and he still looks the same. A little older, but he still looks the same. And obviously, Rob Schneider survives, and he does something useful for once. He jeopardizes the mechanics of the ABC droid, and even
he stocks 2 wires together, and it does what he wants.
Thank you. Look, the way he smacks her, it's like
just like Great Palpatine. She bypassed the compressor.
It's so funny. Watch in slow motion. It's like the robot's hands right here. It's like, and she's like,
what's going on?
Yeah, it's like the Luke Skywalker in Return of the Jedi, but you can understand that was the 80s. But like, it hits her right here.
I know.
God.
Yeah, so now we're getting to the final confrontation where they have this big fight with each other up into the that leads to the Statue of Liberty, and they have this nice little girl fight, and it's a shame there wasn't enough mud and they were in bikinis because that would have made it so much better.
In custard, they should have been fighting in custard.
Yeah.
Throw a bit of Turkish delight in there as well. Who knows?
Yeah. There's another bit here where Stallone goes from wearing his normal t-shirt to wearing a bodybuilder vest.
There's obviously a lot that's been cut out of this movie.
Like I said, there's a lot changed at the end, which makes sense because you see all these clones wake up and they're all like, and it's going like horror show kind of thing.
And nothing happens.
Blow up when the machine blows up. So maybe there was reshoots or something.
There was reshoots.
Probably.
Yeah, loads of reshoots.
Yeah, and it never happens. I mean, they never come to life, and they have to fight them all off, do they? I mean, they just wake up and that's it. That's it.
You just get the stereotypical mid-90s 2 main characters punch up on the Statue of Liberty. It's like, great.
Yeah, because it's the law. But yeah, and God, this looks so fucking bad as well. I mean, he doesn't look like he's struggling to hold on either. It looks like he looks too cool here.
I don't think they're fighting on the actual Statue of Liberty.
No. And once again,
I could be wrong.
And once again,
you can see the Statue of Liberty if you look out your window, right?
Yeah, I'm setting him off. Set him off.
Luke, that is your real that's your reals for tonight.
Okay, 3 hours and 23 seconds. 3 hours and 23 minutes. Yeah, I'll get that off.
It looks so terrible. I hate you, Gary. It's gonna start
more entertaining than the film at this point.
It is.
Oh yeah. I'm glad I picked this film. I know a lot of people hate it, but come on, bad movies are fun to talk about as well, Lord. They are. There's something great about
It's
them.
awful. I'm just drunk. Oh Christ!
And I love how he conveniently kneels down to him, the gun at his face, and the gun's like, lethal rounds exhausted. It's like, yeah, talk about good fucking timing.
Exactly.
And what's the line he says as
What
well?
a stroke of luck.
Yeah.
Plot armor.
Yeah, plot armor. Fucking plot armor. It really is. The plot armor is unbelievable. He could adjourn, and he throws him off, and he gets some. And I think bad guys falling down amongst the green screen always looks tacky to me.
Yeah.
I don't know why. The slow motion villain falling to his death. I don't know why. It always looks tacky. Even in
The
Robo.
2012 version did it a lot better.
Yeah.
Die Hard as well.
Yeah,
Die
they
Hard
did.
was the
Yeah,
same.
Die Hard is the only one that didn't look tacky. That one actually did look very good because you had Alan Rickman not acting in that scene. He was really
Did they
genuinely
actually drop
terrified.
him?
Yeah, they actually dropped
did,
him.
Yeah,
Yeah.
on the
Dropped him early.
streets
They
of
dropped him
LA.
early.
They drops in 120
Yeah.
floors, I think it was.
it's
And
yeah,
he fell. He actually did die at the end of that.
He was pissed.
And then they danced on his grave just to make sure.
That is, I love the story of Alan Rickman being fucking dropped.
Look, I found the scene. He throws him down. He's like, as he's falling to the ground, court is adjourned.
Yeah.
Why didn't you tell me that earlier?
Because that's so Dredd, right? He's like, as the guy's his brother's dying to his death, court is adjourned.
Yeah.
Right?
Thank you for letting me know. Oh, man.
I think I just peed myself. I hate you, Luke.
Oh, fucking hell. All right, crack on through it. Come on.
I gotta mute my microphone.
Oh, God, tell the stuff.
No further questions.
You forgot to say your honor. Okay, so sexy scientist bitch is about to shoot him, but then she gets blasted, and it's a shame.
Right, so here's something here, right? Joan Chen showing up there implies that she actually beat Hershey in a fight, which she probably shouldn't have. But if she did beat her, why didn't she shoot her before she went
I
there?
know. Plot holes makes no fucking sense.
The film's fucking retarded, that's why.
But damn, she looks fucking good, though. She really does.
Right. I just killed my brother. Now I'm horny.
Yeah.
Right, we're almost there.
I know,
Yeah, it was nighttime like 2 minutes ago, and now it's daytime.
Yeah, no,
It's a
it
big building.
happens all the time in movies. They have a big fucking climax at night, and then it's morning, and already.
Also, how the fuck did they know they were at the Statue of Liberty? They're not at the Statue of Liberty anymore. They've gone back to the Halls of Justice. That's the outside of the Halls of Justice.
You stop asking questions.
No, I want your pain to continue.
Yeah, plus, did they find that did the fucking
I
recruit
want suffering to be eternal.
Plus, did the recruit who examined the photo actually let everyone know that he's innocent? And I don't know, wouldn't there still be some kind of procedure to prove his innocence?
Mate, I'd given up. I don't at this point.
I know it's just
I'm fucking done.
fuck it. Fuck it. Let's just say it's innocent and roll the movie. Come on,
Yeah.
this movie shit anyway.
The street.
Let's all go home.
The street.
We're extras, like, guys, we're all getting paid $50 a day for this shit.
Yeah, come on. Shit like this does not get resolved quickly. Even in this world, they still have to go
Poor
through
Lance.
some kind of procedures.
Poor Lance, I got paid a bacon sandwich for this movie.
Yeah. Oh, good. He gets all the credit. Yeah, because he did most of the fucking work, you dick.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
It's like, is that it? Is that goodbye? Is that goodbye, Hershey?
Yeah.
And this is where Judge Dredd gets sexually assaulted.
yeah.
Without
Me
his
too.
consent.
His helmet's still off too. All right, there goes.
And then he fucking smiles. He fucking smirks.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
We
Oh
have
my
to
God.
smile.
That's my thumbnail.
Because he's not a normal human being. He's a fucking lab rat. That's what he is. He's a test tube baby. That's all he is.
Let's be honest. It's the first kiss he's gotten in his lifetime. So
Yeah, and it's like, and she said, I forgot the line she says, but it does end up with him replying, "I knew you'd say that."
Oh, she says,
she say, "Have you got a boner?"
yeah.
No, she says, "It feels
I knew
good."
you were going to say that.
She says, "It
I
feels good.
thought my jock straps felt a little tighter.
It feels good to be human, doesn't it?" He's like, "I knew you'd say that." No,
Yeah,
you
that's
don't.
it,
No.
yeah. No, it's not with his character. We don't want Judge Dredd to be humanized. That's
Yeah,
not
it would have been hilarious if he just shot her there. Eh? That's sexual assault.
Yeah.
5 years.
5 years in the ICU.
5 years in horny jail.
It's cool. The whole triumphing music, they're waving them on, they're clapping and cheering, like, "Hey, you won the day!"
That's
like,
so fucking stupid.
The civilians are fucking celebrating Judge Dredd. Why? What? What is he a big fucking celebrity? I don't get it. I do not get it. He's not Superman.
They should play the Ewoks Yab Yab song to this.
Yeah.
Yab, yab.
Like, see, one of those extras. One guy was like, he's like, "My wife divorced me for this movie." He's like,
instead of the end, it should have said, "Haha, made you watch."
Yeah. Thanks for the money.
That's 2 hours you won't get back.
Yeah, and
well, 1.5 hours anyway. Just over 90 minutes.
It's just over 90 minutes, I think.
That is still a very good final shot.
He's all smiling. He's 40 years old. He got his first kiss.
Yeah,
I love that final shot, man. It looks great.
That's
and
like
I'm like, yep, I can love it. But
maybe his bike could then fly up into the air like the end of Grease.
Yeah.
Go together, let judges
Like,
kill
I
people who do
knew that you'd say that.
a Repo Man.
I knew you'd say that.
You should just hop in a Falcon.
Double whammy.
Never-ending story.
And that's the end. And the score is fucking good. The shots are really cool. And if with a really good fucking script and under a better movie, this would have been epic. This would have been an epic final. But they screwed the pooch here, and it's fun to watch. But God, when it does shit all over the fucking comics. It really does. Sadly.
Yeah.
Shits all over the fans, doesn't it?
And the fandom, everything.
I think if they'd had a good script, good producers, a decent cast.
Yeah, Stallone not having such a big fucking ego.
Or maybe hadn't started this in the first place and given it to somebody else altogether, just to try and work it out, or brought John Wagner on board. Basically, there's everything that's wrong with this movie that shouldn't be wrong with it. It's one of those gifts. An intellectual property is a gift. It's a gift for any filmmaker. And it's this isn't Danny Cannon's fault by a long shot. This is not his fault, or anybody else that worked on this movie. Apart from producers, writers, and Stallone, everybody who gave him permission or carte blanche to do exactly what he wanted to do, that's where it all lies. That's where the blame lies.
I think so. I think Danny Cannon's got to take a little bit of the blame for squeezing in so many member berries. It didn't really have to do that.
Yeah, you're probably right there, actually, Melvin. Yeah, I'd agree.
The brunt of it's got to go to the studio interference and Rocky being in it.
Yeah. Oh yeah, Nick says, well, Lance was in it, so let's blame him. Yeah. Why not?
Yeah.
That's where the failure lies. Yeah.
Exactly.
Well,
it's in the making of. It was going so well till we found that long-haired black-haired guy.
I'm gonna have to watch it again just to see it. I mean,
I've had a really good look, man. I can't find. There's quite a lot of people that fit that description, unfortunately. So it's very difficult.
Because it's like cyberpunkish, so they got to have
yeah,
a
exactly. Yeah,
long-haired man on there. So.
I found a woman in her underwear, and that's around about it.
I know. But some good moments.
That could have been lads.
Yeah.
Well, explain why he got picked.
Yeah, should have had David Cronenberg direct the Otto Sump story. I'm guessing a lot of good. a lot of fucking body horror there. Then.
Yeah.
Put Lance in it and make him lame and grey.
I watched the son of David Cronenberg's film the other day. What the fuck was it called? It was messed up. It was like not unfortunately Cronenberg. It was a bit less intelligent than that. What the fuck it was called? I'm trying to remember. But yeah, it was really messed up. Had a very naked Mia Goth in it, so I remember that.
Oh right.
Oh. Nice. But yeah, since we are coming up to like since we are coming up to like 3.5 hours now, I think we have already made our points on it as well. So,
no,
we're just getting started.
Yeah, another 3 more hours. How about that?
Yeah, we got a bit more to add.
Subscribers value for money.
3.5 hours on an hour and a half shitty film.
Well, I mean, you should have seen the Terminator 2 one that we did.
No, I know we went on for a good 6 hours.
6 hours, wasn't it? It was like 6 hours.
What kind of jerk would talk about Terminator 2 for 6 hours?
Are we doing marks out of 10 for this? Did we do that here?
Here is able there remark. But yeah, God, a fucking bad production that really should not have happened to something that fans really loved. I mean, this was like after nearly 20 years since the character debuted in 2000 AD, and there was finally getting a live action adaptation, and this is what the fans ended up getting, and it was a total. And God, I can see why they're really pissed off. I've only read a few stories to at least get a little bit of gist of what the entire universe is all about. And God, man, it just gets a lot wrong. And being on the stream has really highlighted even more stuff that was wrong with it. And I
am really curious to hear about like guys like Melvin and Alan who read Critical Al. And even Inside Man. I'm curious out of 1 out of 10, like. From a source material, what is this film fucking rank, guys?
From 2, maybe 2 or maybe a 3, and that's all visual. It's all visual.
I think I suppose in terms of if you're looking at a film altogether, for me it's probably about a 1. But in terms of accuracy and bits and pieces like that, the aesthetic of the world. Probably give it about a 5, maybe.
Okay.
I would judge it on different things. If you're judging by the story and the accuracy and the what do you call it? Getting the character right or whatever, it's a 1. And there's not many ones out there. There's not many ones out there. But this is that bad that it's a 1. But when it comes to the look of the city, I mean that's an 8. They got that so good. They did that so good. The sets were so good. But the story and Stallone just was as bad as you're ever going to see in any film ever.
Agreed. I absolutely agree. Yeah.
I agree with Nick's here as well. I wonder if the props department thought, let's build a city shot and disguise dildos into tall buildings. Well, it was the Little Mermaid video cover, so why not here?
But I'll throw in this, because the look is so good, I would probably average the film at about a 5.
Yeah, but there is, I mean, it pisses all over everything that the character represents, but at the same time, it is kind of fun to watch how
I think this film it's a guilty pleasure for me. I know it's crap.
It is.
I know it's crap.
I'm talking about
it's a standard 90s action film wearing the skin of Judge Dredd.
I know. Yes. Like we said earlier, if this was just a sci-fi dystopian action thriller that was inspired by the Judge Dredd novels, but wasn't, then it would have worked as well, because there's so much that's good. The Alan Silvestri score is still pretty cool. It's still kick-ass. It's still sort of I still feel a little bit charged up when I listen to it.
Yeah.
And the acting is very hammy, but enjoyably hammy, especially from Amanda Santi. And
yeah,
the look is still so fucking good. I love dystopian cyberpunk cities. I have a soft spot for that. Seeing those visuals, I mean, it's just so pleasing.
There's stuff to like about it for sure. It just doesn't get the source material. That's the biggest problem about
it.
Yeah, because we joke we broke down the first 10 minutes are arguably good, and even small aspects it's not good script writing, but even like Rob Schneider's character says, okay, listen, Dredd is so indoctrinated to be in the law's absolute. He goes, okay, if the law's always perfect, right, then why are you here for?
Yeah, and that was the only good thing that made points, but it was just executed badly. That's it.
What I'm saying,
it's like the things about the 2000 AD comic is Judge Dredd is not technically a character. Not really. Yeah. He has no real friends. He has no family. We don't know much about him. We don't know what his favorite food is or any of that kind of crap.
Yeah,
it's quite sweet. That's it.
All around him, the world and the status of the world at that time is the character. Judge Dredd is just one small facet of it. This film is just a character, and that's why it fucks up.
Yeah, it's just like what they did to Spartan in the Halo series. They removed his head.
Yeah, exactly that as well.
Just, no, we don't need that. People
like it. Helmet off and that as well.
As someone who's played every single Halo game since Xbox came out, there is no Halo TV show. Trust me.
No, I watched the first episode and I was like, yeah, this is fucked. It just doesn't exist. It's done.
Yeah.
No, and even worse, he looks like a fucking bouncer at a nightclub that wants to punch me just because I just showed up.
No Halo TV show ever came out. Ever.
No. So we've established everything that's wrong and right about it, but it gets a lot more wrong than it gets right. I mean, if you just after something that's visually pleasing to the eye to have on in the background, you'll have it. If you want hammy overacting, that's something to roast
for your 90s stupid film. There was a lot Inside Man said this would have been direct to video in the 80s.
It would,
This would just be direct to video.
Yeah, and if you want a Sylvester Stallone,
I've seen worse, but it's a terrible Judge Dredd film. It's a fucking terrible Judge Dredd film.
Yeah, if you want a Sylvester Stallone dystopian thriller that's goofy and fun and actually well done, then Demolition Man is the one you need to watch.
Oh, that movie is like it's fucking cinema masterpiece compared to this shit.
Citizen Kane. Better. That movie is better.
Yeah,
it is Citizen Kane in comparison, isn't it? Really? Yeah, I mean, this in all honesty, with it,
does Judge Dredd better than this does.
Yeah,
exactly.
I
don't need this movie if you've got Demolition Man. You don't.
This movie does
Demolition Man.
Demolition Man.
This was first, wasn't
it? Demolition Man, wasn't it?
Was it?
Demolition Man came out earlier before.
Oh shit!
Yeah. But this movie just makes me want to run outside through the streets and hit people. It does. It really makes me feel that way. I can't stand looking at it.
And,
that's Inside Man getting a visit from the police tomorrow.
And even people can say what they want. Okay, like say take James Cameron's Avatar films. Okay, critically not the best films, but the box office tells the story in itself. This film, Rotten Tomatoes 20%, audience score 25%, and again we mentioned 90 million back in 1996. The fucking box office was 130. This film is like could go down as like one of like the top critically and financially like one of the top 10 worst films of all time.
Yeah, they lost 150 just on the advertising alone.
Yes. Yeah.
Christ, man.
90 million in 1995 is an awful lot of money for a budget. What else had that kind of budget back then? What else?
Well, put it this way, this was.
I'll look it up. Just
a quick look.
I mean, 90 million is a good budget right now, and never mind back in 1995.
Yeah.
Let's have a look anyway. The film was considered a flop. It grossed $34.7 million in North America domestic box office receipts. It did better internationally with $78.8 million internationally, reaching a total of $113.5 million worldwide against a production budget of $85 to $90 million.
I'm not sure what was going on in the UK when the film came out, but I know that at least in America, as far as merchandising, there was only like a short-lived, maybe no more than 9 minifigures under I think it was called Mini Heroes. I thought there were Micro Machines that's made, but no, it's just that, and that was the end of it. Like you look at Star Wars and Star Trek, or even Avatar with a short line of figures and play sets. This just got some minifigures, and it wasn't until I guess maybe a few years later that you had the larger action figures and whatnot, especially after the other Dredd came out. But in the beginning, that was it.
It's never been big on merchandise, Dredd, to be honest, even over here. I mean, even now, I think they did a line of action figures from Hayat Toys.
I mean, there was some Judge Dredd action figures, but I don't think they were based on the film. There was a couple of model kits based on the film. There was a Dredd and a Mean Machine Angel based on this movie, but I don't think they've done any action figures per se. But you do get some Dredd figures, not many. Reaction done some, and there was some 12-inch figures. Possibly there was a Stallone 12-inch figure, possibly, but it would have been one of the high-end ones.
Being an R-rated film,
it's about an inch taller than Stallone himself.
I mean,
I can't remember they were selling like stickers in cereals, something like that. I can't remember. Was it cereals? It's been a long time. But I used to have them on the fridge as well.
I'm seeing numbers. Okay, so I'm checking out just from Box Office Mojo. Okay, so 1995, right? You had Batman Forever, which people can love or hate it, but Batman Forever, again, at least the third film in the Batman franchise. That was 100 million, but again, that's the third film in the Batman franchise. Die Hard 3, which again, Die Hard 3, that was 90 million. So these are big budget films, but also this is Dredd's first encounter versus the third Batman film, the third Die Hard films, and also Batman Forever and Die Hard 3 did some serious, they weren't box office, but Batman Forever was actually the highest grossing film of 1995, which was 184 million back in 1995. This was followed by Apollo 13, Toy Story, Pocahontas. So even Die Hard 3 only did 92 million. So films weren't doing in 1995 $1 billion. The highest grossing film of the year was only 184 million off of Batman Forever. The budget was 100 million. It only did 184.
Not huge, is it? I mean, Jurassic Park did $1 billion in '93.
Yeah.
But that had a budget of $265 million. So,
yeah. Yeah, they must have had some high expectations of this. Then they must have had some really high expectations.
Especially getting the rights so cheap. They probably thought they were onto an absolute winner, but they screwed the pooch so hard that the pooch died.
Yeah, they kind of thought having Sylvester Stallone they couldn't lose, but that's
absolutely. They would have thought it would have liked to print money, I'm sure.
And you can have the biggest star ever, but if you don't have at least a half decent script with some competent movie makers and who know what they're doing, unless
I mean, it's one of those things where if you make it too much like 2000 AD, maybe it's only for the fans and mainstream audiences don't get it and don't like it. But they certainly did not manage to find a middle ground here that worked at all.
Yeah,
it's just shit. But it's vaguely enjoyable shit that I do like at times. I mean, if you took Rob Schneider out of the film and Stallone kept his helmet on all the way through that film, I'd be like, well, it's kind of got a crap plot, but it's half decent. It works as a Judge Dredd film kind of thing, but it doesn't. It just goes for that stat. Every single film in the 90s was doing this sidekick shtick and one-liners and all that bollocks, and it just doesn't work in this.
I was checking the box office. That was just domestic for Americans. Okay, so according to the numbers, so of course this is international included. But so in 1995 you had number one Die Hard 3, which was 360 million, followed by Toy Story, GoldenEye, Pocahontas, Batman Forever. But again, Batman Forever did 336 off $100 million budget. That's still 3 times the box office, which isn't the biggest, but that was top 5. You had Apollo 13, 7, 101 Dalmatians. So again, big.
Not a great year for movies then.
I mean, in terms of budget, though, you figure nowadays, if your budget is 250, you have to make $1 billion just to break even. So again, Die Hard 3 had a budget of 100 million, did 366, so it kind of like broke even. It wasn't a box, and that was the highest grossing film of all of 1995. That wasn't even considered a box office. It just broke even.
This was the problem when Avengers went mad with the Endgame in Infinity War. They're like, oh, it's going to make billions, so it doesn't matter if we spend 300, 400 million. It's like, yes, but now you need to make that every single time.
I mean,
whereas if you can make a movie for 90 to 100 million,
everyone here, right?
You'll be fine.
Everyone here has seen Braveheart. The panel, the audience has seen Braveheart. Braveheart was actually for 1995 was number 14. Now Braveheart did 200 million, but everyone here knows Braveheart. 200 million is not a big box office number, but everyone knows a Braveheart. It shows you.
It wasn't Waterworld 1995 as well.
Waterworld did it did 264, but again, it lost money.
Yeah, 175 million budget.
I'm guessing they went really over budget with Waterworld as well, and that's why.
Even the first Bad Boys, we're still talking 2025. They want to make another Bad Boys film. The first Bad Boys only did 140, which is not a lot of money in comparative. So it's like a lot. Remember, the 90s was a different era where they weren't blowing 200 million on fucking marketing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, Waterworld actually has a decent cut out there. I think it's called the Odysseus cut. And it's like an extra 45 minutes put back into the film. And it is actually watchable if you feel like it.
Let that go. So, yeah.
No, Ulysses. It's a Ulysses cut.
Hold on. Ulysses. Who is that? Well, Ulysses is Odysseus, so same thing. One's the Greek name, one's the Greek name and one's the Roman name.
Oh right, okay, cool. Yeah, it's a Ulysses cut. It was right. It had a load of stuff put back in I hadn't seen before, and it kind of made sense. It's like the Dune, David Lynch's 1984 Dune. There was a fan edit done by a guy called Spice Diver that puts a load of work footage back into it. Much better. That was 3.5 hours long.
We're coming on to the end of the show, and so yeah, before we get to the end, Christopher Kingsford, final thoughts on Judge Dredd, 1995.
Don't be mad. I still enjoy it. It's a terrible film. I enjoy Superman 4 and I enjoy Star Trek 5, but I'm also fully aware that they're awful. And I think I got some extra hate for this film learning about the comic book origin. So clearly, producers and Stallone didn't treat this fairly. It could have been amazing from what I'm hearing from you guys, but I still like the film. So apologies.
No, that's fair enough.
No, it's good. I mean, because I get why it's a guilty pleasure for some as well. I mean, my final thoughts is fun, stupid sci-fi film, but very bad Dredd adaptation. And Melvin Deeply, final thoughts on Judge Dredd 1995.
Final thoughts. I will say I don't hate it. I was entertained. I was what do you call it? Entertained, but not impressed. The visuals are great. And the sets, but the story and the main character really killed it.
Yep, exactly.
It killed it in a bad way, not in a good way.
Yeah, because it doesn't really give the character justice. It tries to do too much, humanizing him, giving him a character arc, and that is not his character. I mean, usually that's kind of a good thing to give characters in your movies, but not this one. You know, especially what this character represents. So, Inside Man, final thoughts on Judge Dredd in 1995.
I'm as disappointed today as I was when I first saw it. It still does nothing for me. It doesn't entertain me. It doesn't you get any kind of little spark going within me or anything like that. I just don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Yeah, I don't blame you because you're wet on it as well. So
great time. Great time on it. Great, and that's the thing. I mean, it tends to be, you have a great time working on things that may not necessarily turn out as the best. But it's terrible movie as far as I'm concerned, anyway. But I'm okay with other people liking it and loving it and adoring it.
Yeah, and thanks for joining us, Trevor Retro. We are coming up to the end, but hopefully you catch the replay. So
4 hours, bro.
Blue Collar Loser. Final thoughts.
No, guys. So everybody has terrible films they want to watch again, again, I haven't watched this film in so long. And after watching, which we'll get to next week, the Carl Urban version, this film, I liked it as a teenager because I was a kid. Getting older, you look back on things. As a father of a teenager, there's certain films I look back on like, man, this film is aged like a fine wine. Certain films are aged terribly. This film truly is terrible, and I get why people love the campiness of it. But honestly, the most fun I had watching this film was like Inside Man, hearing his reaction. You look the entire panel. The panel's reaction was to me better than the actual film. I could say, guys, I would never in my lifetime watch this film again unless it was to hang out with friends like this. It's a terrible fucking film. I'd probably get like a 2 out of 10 only because some set designs are pretty good. Some actors like Max Monsiva are trying hard, but in all reality, it's a goddamn awful film. It really is. And like, if I wasn't drunk, it's why I kept getting drunk for it. It's a shitty film, guys. Simple as that. I'm sorry.
I love him.
Critical final thoughts, man. Final thoughts.
Yeah, it's not a good film. It's a film that absolutely fundamentally does not understand the source material in any way.
No.
Tone is completely wrong. The plot is bollocks because they tried to take loads of stories and just jam them all together without any real thought about how they could do so. But it's still a film that I would watch. It's not good, but I mean, there's some stuff about the production design is beautiful. It's so well done. And it's a real shame that they fucked it up so badly.
A lot of hard work as well. There was a lot of hard work put into this.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel sorry for those people because there's so much work into it. And there is a lot of scope for this IP. But the problem was they tried to make Judge Dredd a hero. They tried to make him a character. They tried to make him somebody that you could relate to. And you're not meant to do any of that. Judge Dredd is the embodiment of the law. Mega City 1 is the character that goes around him, and he has these kind of things that he does around it. I was super pissed off when I saw it at the cinema. I have got over it. And there was a lot of shit like this in the mid-90s. There was loads of films like this that, like Inside Man said, would have been directly to, Blu-ray or VHS, 10 years earlier when that mass surge of those kind of films came out. And this is just one of those films. So I just take it for what it is. It's a terrible Judge Dredd film. It's an average 90s action film, and it looks all right. Yeah, it's a guilty pleasure, and I'd give it a 5 out of 10 overall.
Rather than
2 or 3 out of 10, like a Judge Dredd film, but a 5 out of 10 overall.
Rather than being straight to VHS, I would have actually said that it'd probably be straight to tape over in my house.
Burn that tape.
Yeah, Nix is saying stop showing the chat while I was talking. Yeah, sorry about that, but then again, my face is,
it's part of his plan. It's just like if I hide him under the chat, maybe this stream will.
I know, sorry about that. I'll show him off. And I'm not meaning to. Fucking LA.
It's on purpose. He's
then again, I was pretty much covered by the time when Lance was on, so I think, I think I deserve that. I deserve that.
Yeah, Lance is jerking.
Thanks for joining us, everyone. Chris Kingsford, thanks for joining us. I hope I can have you on again. Melvin Deeply, the same. Inside Man, Blue Collar Loser, Critical. And before we do finish, Critter Kingsford, do you have anything you want to plug?
Not, I guess, my channel on YouTube, but I also felt bad. I forgot to mention I had that screenshot of Max von Sydow's dried snot in his nose during that scene as he's heading out to the wastelands. And I thought I was imagining it. I went back. Yeah, it's a little bit of dried snot in his nostril, flickering around a little bit inside his nose.
That's so awesome.
Yeah, go look for that if you ever watch the film again. Go look for that.
I think I know what you're talking about.
I'll wait for the 4K for that one.
Melvin Deeply.
It's redone in 3D, yeah?
Yeah, Melvin Deeply, anything you want to plug?
I don't have a channel. I'm an occasional guest on some channels, and I do the modding on a lot of channels, and that's about it. But I can plug somebody here, right? Trev Retro. He's not Retro Trev. He's Trev Retro in the chat. He's been around a long time, but he's only started his own stream recently, and he's actually very good. So you should all sub to him. He's a good guy, and he runs a stream on a Monday and a Friday, and it's all good stuff. Very good. It comes over like he's been doing it for years, but he's only got about 150 subs or something. So give the guy a sub.
Yeah. I'll try and look for him. And Tony Down Under, glad to see you on, man. It's been a while. If I can try and get you on for another stream one day, I will, because I know time zones are a fucking pain in the ass in Australia. And do sub to this guy as well. He's very good. And do sub to my guest. I'll put Lance's YouTube link in the channel description as well, because I wasn't expecting him to come on. I thought he'd be busy raving, but glad he did. Inside Man, anything you want to plug, or anything you're guesting on? Because I know you do.
We're doing the Foreign Tebby films on the Outcast Creative channel and Lance's channel on Sunday. I think that's from 8 p.m. So we have Radon and Tebby, Victoria and Tebby, Operation Thunderbolt and 7 Days at Entebbe. And we're just kind of going through a little bit of a nerdy thing of seeing which one was the most accurate in terms of the historical event, and which is the most entertaining, and which is the worst. And I'm sure that I'm going to have a good old moan on there. And then of course on Tuesday we have the Nielsen ratings. And that's about it for the moment, for the, up until Tuesday.
Yeah, I'm hoping I can make it. Hoping I can make it on this time on Tuesday, because I didn't get a chance because it was on a bit late. Cloudi P, wasn't it? With Drinker.
He went to
bed. It was a good stream that as well. I think I'm going to try and get Chuck on next week for Dredd if he's okay. So unless he's busy at his job again.
What happened? Everything.
Hello.
Okay.
Yeah. Sorry, I jumped off. I was saying something, and never mind. Anyway, but it was mostly about Lance with the Cobra Kai stream. So yeah, well, that was fantastic stream. I will move on to Blue Collar Loser. Anything you want to plug?
Oh yeah, Sunday morning I'm doing a news show with some jerk named Northern English Bastard, I think his name is.
I recognize that name.
Yeah. We just talk about news articles, and unfortunately this week we lost two. Man, Gene Hackman, what a legend. We won't do a big segment on that, but also what's her face from Euro Trip? Man, she was 39 years old, and what a tragedy to lose somebody at 39. Like
Michelle Trachtenberg, if I'm pronouncing it.
She did not look well though.
Oh yeah, I'm just saying, but it just someone's so young. It's because
no one should die at 39. I mean, 39.
Everybody here is older than her. It's so depressing. Guys, it's like, I would say, like, give your kids a hug, take advantage of your loved ones, and just life is short sometimes, guys. I mean, she's 39 years old and she passed away, and all the money in the world doesn't buy you immortality.
So she looks fucking ill though when was doing the Euro Trip stream, wasn't she? I mean, we even said that.
She had a liver transplant or something, so
I guess she had liver problems during that time, and she had a transplant.
But definitely next week. But next week, so it's kind of poetic to talk about 1 week a terrible film, to next week talk about I can't tell you a single person I've met on the internet and friends and family in real life who doesn't love the 2012 Dredd film. That film is a fucking, compared to this, that film is Citizen Kane. That film is fucking fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to listening to that shit.
Here we go. Sorry, man. Anything you want to plug, Critical, before we leave? Because I'm gonna have to get going very quick. Because they're running low.
Next video, as they're talking about Cobra Kai, is a bit of a strange one. I'm working on it at the moment, and it's how Cobra Kai is a better Star Wars show than anything that Kathleen Kennedy has made.
Right.
Fucking agree.
And that'll be up soon. Other than that, check out any one of my videos. I'm always working on stuff. I've always got a script going. And I presume I'm going to be here next week, making the stream last a lot longer than Luke would like it to.
That's no problem, man. Okay, so yeah. And to my guests, thank you, Nix, Drew Gordon, and Trevor Retro, and who else? Bush McFadden, and Lord Toxic. Who else? Let's see. We've had Miss Sparkles on earlier as well. And come on, anyone else? Not B Ryan. Yeah, thanks you. And yeah, Lance as well. Thanks for joining me and taking the time to come on instead of going out raving when you could be pulling some hot older black chicks or something like that. Come on, he loves
it. Going out there looking for fucking Pamela Greer or something.
No, you're getting there, Lance. You're getting there, Lance. Dark hour, yeah.
Again now.
I'm not going to be on Nielsen.
End the stream, dude. You're digging that grave, aren't you?
What? What I say?
We're not friends.
Yeah, who is this guy?
What am I here for?
Okay, I think that might be Tony Down Under, and I think that's it now. So yeah, I better go get off now before I get cancelled. And whether you beautiful bastards are Northern English or not, thanks for watching, and do remember to like, comment, share, subscribe, and ring that bell in order to be notified, and do the same for my panel. And if you wish to further support this channel, links are in the description below. But right now, that's me done, and I'm off to the pub. Thank you, and enjoy your weekend, you
Can I have spuds, please?
Spuds! Good choice. George's song. Listen very carefully, the question comes straight after.
Baked potato changed my life. Baked potato showed me the way. If you want to know what is wrong from right, you must listen to what potatoes say.
Don't be good, don't be bad.
Baked potato.
Don't be happy, don't be sad.
Thank you, baked potato. And if you want to have a better day, you must listen to what the baked potatoes say.
Don't be early, don't be late.
Thank you, baked potato.
Always eat what's on your plate.
Thank you, baked potato. And if you want to have a better day, you must listen to what the baked potato